Okay. Hello. Why is no one? Wait. I do this every time. You would think. You would think at this point. Hold on. I'm trying to see what everybody is saying. I'm sure it's all good things. I don't even need to see the chat. I'm sure the chat is just super psyched to see me, obviously. Okay, hold on. Select live sources. Crash out. Hey, okay, yes, we are so back. Like we never left, and that's on period. Yes. What is today? Tuesday. Okay, I forgot how weeks worked for a second. I'm psyched. We've got a good topic. Actually, I have a couple things to talk about. This one's not depressing. Yay. A not depressing topic is great. Sign me up. I mean, it's annoying for sure. Because some of the people I'm talking about today are just, but like it's much, much more lighthearted than the majority of the things that we get into. Someone said I'm finally awake enough, or I'm finally awake early enough to catch a live. Yeah, you picked a good one to catch. I feel like this is going to be a good time. Someone said because of you, I finally got my ADHD diagnosis. Yo, I'm really glad to hear that. Like, seriously, I hope that leads to you, getting help, just living life a little easier. That's really awesome. Someone said, wait, but how are you? How am I? That's a great question. I'm doing good. I got good night's sleep. I don't know. Yeah, nothing much going on from the last time we saw. Oh, I watched a movie over the weekend. Someone said the Turning Point USA performance was depressing. Yes, of course, we're going to talk about that a little bit. But I am not playing clips from that, y'all. I'm going to be real with you. Absolutely not. It's a no for me, dog. Let's see. Someone said I was reading for class, but this is more interesting. Uh-oh. D'Angelo Super Chats win? Never. Don't give me $5. Please spend it on yourself or others. I'm good. Thank you. First halftime that made me cry. Oh yeah, I have thoughts. Pretty much all positive. I mean, about the show itself. There's a lot of other things you're talking about that don't have to do with the show that are like, oh my God, it's so fun. Anyways, hey, if you're new and you're wondering what's going on, welcome. During my live streams, I always kind of do it the same way. The first 30 minutes or so is just a yap session, like we're doing right now. I'm just here to talk. I'm here to chat. And then at around the 30-ish minute mark, that's when we'll get into the topic. Today, we'll be talking about Bad Bunny's halftime show and sort of the quote unquote controversies leading up to that and everyone's reaction. Very stupid, but good stuff for sure. Reading. Someone said first halftime I watched, I'm not even American, but it was fire. It was fire. Yeah, objectively, I say, as if like that can be an objective statement. But I feel like if people are putting so much work into something and you have so many talented people in one place, it is going to be kind of an objective fire. All right. Someone said, I just realized you're one of the only YouTubers I know who says not to do super chats. Very chill. I'm just trying to keep it chill. You know what I mean? Like, it's a vibe. I think I've talked about this before, but super chats are actually a very decent model for smaller creators. It's nice and cool and good to support people making content that you like. But there's definitely no YouTuber my size or bigger that actually needs super chats in any meaningful way. It's probably not even a decent for a portion of their revenue stream. It's just extra money. And so they're like, yes, I'm going to turn on the extra money button because people are willing to give it to me. And nah. Reading chat. Someone say Canada. Yeah, the Canada mention was so fun. Someone said, crazy there is more uproar in the MAGAs about Bad Bunny and not the Epstein files. Quick act surprised. I agree. God, I've been going through it bad lately, and these live shows have been filling the silence and taking my mind off things. Thank you so much. Please never quit these. Well, I can't guarantee that I'll never quit, but I do hope you continue to enjoy them while they're happening. I will say, though, like, I think I'm in my 7th week or something like that. And I have really been enjoying myself. I have no indications. I have no What is the word I'm looking for? I don't want to quit. I'm having fun on the internet for once, which is insane. Someone said, am I late? Yes, you are late. I've been streaming for 10 minutes and 3 seconds. How dare you not catch the first 10 minutes of my stream? Banned. Just kidding. What else we got? Reading chat. Someone said, I'm glad I didn't see the commercials as much. I heard it was bad. I only watched one Super Bowl commercial. I saw other ones against my will, but there was only one Super Bowl commercial that I actually thought was like good, and none of the other ones that I saw were on that level. So what was even the point? Intentions, that was the word I was looking for. Thank you. I had no intentions of quitting. How did I forget the word intentions? Okay, no, look. It was, if I can spell. Oh, it disappeared as I was typing. That's so rude. Okay. It was this Melissa McCarthy Elf Cosmetics ad. It was so funny. I watched this Super Bowl commercial and I was like, bro, I don't want to spoil it because it has a whole story arc and plot twist in it. That one worked for me. I was like, this is great. And I got excited. And then all the other ones I saw were just bad. They were just bad. And I was like, never mind. I don't have any desire to watch these, not even for content. Someone said they loved the Super Bowl. It was really fun. I'm glad you had fun. Reading. Someone said I missed that one. Oh, it was good. Okay, so before we talk about the topic, I have something that I've gotten a lot of questions about, and I don't know. I'm wording this like I'm going to announce something. People kept asking me, D'Angelo, have you seen Iron Lung? I know it's come up a few times, and yes, I actually watched Iron Lung over the weekend. I really, really did. Y'all mind if I yap about that for a second? Because I have some stuff to say. So for those of you who don't know, which some of you may not, Iron Lung is a film theatrically released by Markiplier, the YouTuber. Definitely has much more clout on the platform than I do. You're more likely to know who he is than I am. But yeah, it's kind of a big deal for somebody to independently get a whole movie done, funded. He directed, starred, written, etc. It's based off of a video game, and I just wanted to see it out of pure curiosity of like, well, what does that even look like, etc. So some thoughts before we get into it, just so you understand how I was watching the movie. I don't watch all of Markiplier's videos because I don't really watch gaming content anymore. But at one point I did. So I'm quite familiar with Markiplier, but maybe not his current content. I didn't watch Iron Lung, his gameplay thereof. I didn't know anything about it. I just wanted to treat it as if I was a random moviegoer, somewhat familiar with maybe who Markiplier was, but not with the source material. And with that being said, I was impressed. That is the main thing I want to say, is that I can't believe how nice the movie looked on such a small budget. It actually made me really side-eye a lot of other movies I've seen recently that have like these massively inflated budgets. So this cost $3 million to make, right? You watch the show, I'm telling you right now, it's crispy. The movie, you can tell that it is like smaller budget and that there's not a bunch of things that happen or different places or whatever, but everything that you see is so nice. It was crispy for sure. So I like the visuals of it a lot. The music was cool. Unfortunately, someone said rate it 1 out of 10. I don't do numerical ratings. Unfortunately, I did not connect super hard with the pacing, and if I'm being quite honest with you, I fell asleep a little bit, but it was only in the beginning, and I was only asleep for a solid 10 minutes, so please don't invalidate my review. It's a long movie, and I watched all the rest of it, and this wasn't purely Markiplier's fault. I had also that was my first day off in 2 weeks because I got lawsuit threats during the last time when I would have taken the Sunday off. So unfortunately, like the slow pacing in the beginning definitely got to me a little bit. But I feel like once the movie hit its stride, it was really good. It's the kind of thing where I would like to see his next movie. I think, does that make sense? That's my sort of review of Iron Lung, where I'm like, really solid feature film directorial debut, but it more so makes me think I think he has potential that would probably come across even better in another effort. So I'm quite glad to see that this film was a massive box office success compared to its budget. Like, look at that. 10xing your budget is insane. I really, really hope that this goes into another movie and we see what Markiplier movie 2 looks like. Reading chat, reading chat. Someone said they left me wanting more. Yeah, exactly. More Markiplier movies for me. It's great. Also, can I tell y'all this? Can I be honest? This isn't shade against Markiplier because I had, I guess, somewhat hope for this, but y'all, I thought the movie was going to be terrible. I thought it was going to be bad. It didn't matter how much I liked Markiplier. Most video game movies are terrible. Most video game movies are terrible. And most YouTuber, like, anything that is not YouTube is usually actually so bad. So I was scared. as much as I like Markiplier, I was like, oh no, a video game movie and a YouTuber movie at the same time in theaters that he has mostly creative control over. This is going to be rough. No, it was so fine. It was actually beyond decent. He did not fall into any of the traps that I thought the movie could have easily fallen into. So yeah, way to go. Somehow making a decent video game movie and decent YouTuber movie at the same time. That actually left me excited in your film career. I was scared. Man. Some of the worst things I've ever watched have been video game movies and or YouTuber movies. But no, he really did it the right way. Someone said, are you excited for the Zelda live action movie? Yes, that looks very cute. I want to watch it. Reading. Someone said, are you early today? I don't think I'm early today. No, it's 12:30, 12:26. It's usually where I'm here. Someone said I thought it was going to be like that movie Shane Dawson put out. Okay, I didn't think it was going to be that bad. But yeah, no. Safe to say Iron Lung totally exceeded my expectations. All right. Mario 2. Dude, can I be real with you? I don't like the Mario movies. Or there's only one, so how can I dislike them as a concept? Like, I didn't hate the Mario movie, okay? It wasn't that bad. And I'm also definitely not trying to be that, like, 27-year-old man who's like, oh, this kid's media was whack to me, an adult who pays taxes. But, like, I feel like personally this movie almost represents like everything wrong with, or not everything wrong, I guess everything like cliche about kids movies nowadays, because I'm still a kids movie watcher. I don't care. I will never be too old to be interested in something that makes the kid in me excited or whatever, but like having Chris Pratt as Mario and just like the humor style of the movie, and I've been watching trailers for the new one, and I'm not a super big fan of this like celebrity driven, snarky, hyper polished movie experience that like so many kids movies are turning into nowadays. Not a big fan, but it was still cute though. I don't know, it was a cute movie, but it didn't feel like Mario. Womp womp. Did you see The Wild Robot? It was amazing. Yeah, that movie was really cool. I liked it. Reading chat. Someone said kids deserve way better than what they're putting out. I would have to agree. Yeah, I think kids movies and kids media is like actually serious big deal. And like, I don't know. It's also really rough too, because I don't want to sound old. On some level, that's unavoidable because I was born in the previous millennium. So I understand that. More than a quarter of a century under my belt. But with that being said, I really do think about the way that kids' movies used to play out when I was a kid. And the things that I would watch. And unless I'm just totally missing something, I feel like they used to try to engage with deeper themes, right? Like The Incredibles, for example. I don't feel like this would even get made today as a kid's movie. I was 6 years old in the theater watching a movie about like basically borderline divorce. And I was gaining something from it. Like I feel like the characters used to be adults and it was okay if movies engaged with themes that might have been beyond the scope of your average 6-year-old, like, or what was I, 8? No, yeah, your average 6-year-old in 2004. And now when I look at the things that they're releasing, they are definitely cute and stuff, but they're just so for kids. And it's like, duh, they're kids' movies, but I don't know, man. It's so interesting. It's so interesting. Reading chat. Someone said my first movie was Hunchback of Notre Dame at 5. Yeah. Well, okay. I have this other really unpopular opinion. And this isn't a good opinion. I recognize that. This is actually just crabs in a bucket type stuff. I want the movie. But when I was a kid, I feel like kids' movies also used to be a lot scarier. And they're not scary anymore. I definitely had some like borderline traumatic experiences just watching random Disney movies as a kid. Like there was always some part. Oh, that is the second one. Okay, whatever. There was always some part in that movie that was just going to scare the heck out of me. We need to bring back terrifying children. I believe that. I strongly believe that. Like, get scary once more. You know what I mean? Freak them out a little bit. It's okay. They'll live. It builds character. What happened to like kids movies having the most whacked out, disturbing stuff you've ever seen? Maybe this is bad. Maybe some of y'all have kids and you're like, D'Angelo, what are you talking about? No, this is good. But I'm just saying, I feel like I learned and grew a lot as a person just there watching this movie in the dark, crying because the fire was really scary to me and the music was like, ah, you know, bring it back. Put a little fear in them. That's what we're missing. That's what we're missing. So it's like kids media in general scary. James and the Giant Peach. Yes. Oh my God. Okay. Maybe they don't need to be that scary. Monster House. Yeah, dude, things were so disturbing. Okay, the more I think about it, I'm like, I don't think everything needed to be that scary. But just a little something. Just a something. Coraline? Yes, exactly. Coraline is a great movie. That movie still scares me to this day. We ain't rocking with Neil Gaiman, but that doesn't change the fact that that is a good movie. Lord. Someone said that was 5. Yes. Oh my gosh. Puss in Boots was a bit scary. Actually, though, that's why I liked it. Listen. There was this new Puss in Boots movie that I don't remember the name of at all because that's not how I operate. What was it called? Lord. Okay, well, anyways, there was a sequel to this 2011 movie and I watched it and I was like, you know what? This is actually good. Was it called like The Last Wish or something? Did I make that up? The Last Wishy? No, that is The Witcher. Okay, whatever. I don't remember what that was called, but it was dope. I don't know anything about The Witcher. Anyways. Oh, it is called The Last Wish. Oh, it was. Okay, wait. I should have put Puss in Boots. Okay, wait. That's so funny. I don't know why The Witcher came up first. Anyways, dude, this is what I'm talking about. Do you know what this movie was about? Like I'm being so serious. No spoilers. It's about the fear of death. It's a whole kids movie about Puss in Boots being like, oh no, I only have one life. I don't want to die. And like you get all this wacky imagery with like, it's, I watched this and I was like, this is all I'm asking for. This is all I'm asking for. It got me excited. But then, I don't know. I just keep chasing that high and it doesn't happen. Someone said the movie was so amazing. It was though. It was an amazing movie. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and boot up my second monitor because I would love to get into today's topic. Someone said I love that movie. It's so good. It is. It is great. Okay, let's see. Oh, my second monitor's not cooperating. Act surprised. Happens all the time. Okay, hold on. Someone said, can I say that the Shrek trilogy weirded me out as a kid? Shrek feels like a fever dream to me because I don't think I've watched those movies since I was a kid, but they were definitely wild. Definitely wild. Someone said the Shrek 5 movie teaser didn't convince me. There's a fifth movie. A fifth? God, I don't understand in general. Actually, you know what I saw recently? The Minions movies. That apparently there's like 3 of these or something. There's so many of these Minions movies. They were making another one. There's a second one, and then they're making a third one. And then I think they also have 4 different Despicable Me movies as well. And I'm like, why do we need 7 movies in one franchise? 7 movies in one franchise? I do not understand the thought process behind this at all. Also, I liked the first Despicable Me movie. That was one of my favorite movies as a kid. I think I was a kid when that happened. I'm having a bad day. That is a good movie, for real. Minions and Monsters. Yeah. I watched a Minions movie on a plane once. Definitely, probably the only time I'm likely to catch a Minions movie would be on a plane. All right. Pulling up my outline. I just realized I don't have any water though. So was my plan to just talk until I get dehydrated and then die? Oh, wait, I got signed out of OneDrive. Uh-oh. Chat. I feel like I'm trying to give a presentation and they're like, okay, go ahead and pull up your... We couldn't find an account with that username. I really do feel like I'm trying to give a presentation. And I'm like, I swear I did the work. Hold on, try again. Choose a pass key. Oh, wow. Okay. You know what's really funny? Actually, it's not funny. It's really bad and sad. When I was younger in college and I had no sort of therapy or medication or anything like that to help me with ADHD because I also didn't really understand that I had it. I used to run into problems like this all the time, but it was mostly because I didn't do the work. And so I would just lie all the time. It was really bad. I would be like, oh, that? Yeah, I did that. Didn't do it. I would get called into essentially the office. It's hard to do when you're a college student, but yeah, you can still get called into the office. They would be like, D'Angelo, like, you have to turn in your work. You're not going to graduate on time. Like, what's going on? And I was like, oh my God, you're so right. I was going through some stuff, but you know what? As soon as I leave this office, I'm going to go ahead and get started. And then I would leave and just keep not doing the work. My grades are sliding. I was losing when I lost one of my sponsorships. Not sponsorships. What are they called when you're in college? No, they are sponsorships. Because I do sponsors now in YouTube, I was like, sponsors? But no, I lost one of my sponsorships because my GPA dropped below where it should have been and my life was falling apart, but I still couldn't do my work. And I didn't know that anything was wrong, which is hilarious. Oh no. Okay, I'm trying to sign in right now. But nowadays, I do my work. And it's not because I was lazy in college. It's because I got help. Yay. Scholarships. Oh my God. Scholarships, not sponsorships. I wake up every day and try not to sound like the dumbest streamer alive. Because I know this happens a lot where you get streamers talking about things and you're like, holy moly, you absolutely do not live in the real world. You have no idea how money or normal people problems work. Chad, I was a very normal people in college. I swear to God, I needed hella scholarships or I wouldn't have been able to attend. I just forgot the word. I forgot what they were called because I haven't had to think about a scholarship in the last, I think, 8 years. That was so... Someone said 2 YouTube build. No, the brain rot is like... The brain rot is crazy, man. Okay, hold on. Sponsorships? How would that even work? How would that even work? Is it like... How would a sponsorship for college even work? Someone said, don't worry, bro, XQC exists. You're right. I can't be the dumbest streamer alive when we have people like Asmongold just running around. But, oh, I really came close for a second there. I really, really did. Okay. Trying again to log into my outline. What? Add an email. Okay. You need to create an Outlook.com email address to continue. Chat. I don't need to do that. What is happening? Sorry, give me a second. Like, look. I do my work on here. This is my laptop. This is one of my laptops. I write all my stuff on here, and then I just use the cloud to access it on essentially like here. But for some reason, it's not letting me in. Okay, hold on. Email or phone number. I only have like, what is going on? Okay. It's asking me to sign in with a pass key. I don't want to do that. Someone said IT support time. To be fair, we haven't done an IT stream in a while. I think I've been mostly fine in terms of the just massive swaths of the stream that are spent on me trying to do basic things like, how do I sign into a website? Okay, do I want to stay signed in? Yes, I want to stay signed in. I'm in. I'm in. Why did they try to force me to create an Outlook account? I don't want one of those. I would rather maybe not die. That's a really strong word, but someone said they say boomer is a mindset. Exactly. This is my work laptop and this is my editing laptop. It's a little tiny baby laptop that I take with me. And I go out. Did y'all know I actually edit my videos out in public? And the last time I did this, somebody tried to airdrop me a file. It was like, we'll make up a name. You know, Johnny wants to airdrop a video to you. And I was like, Johnny wants to airdrop a video to me. Why? Why do I have airdrop turned on right now? I don't need that. But you know what? I accepted it. And then it didn't go through. I think he canceled it after. But yeah, I was like, it finally happened. Someone tried to airdrop me a random file in public. This is so exciting. But no, it was mid. We lost. All right. Someone said you didn't take it. I tried to accept it, but then it was like airdrop failed or whatever it said. It was whack. All right. I'm going to start recording. Say hi to YouTube. You on TV right now. You on live. We doing this. Someone said as a non-Apple user, airdrop feels so invasive. It was invasive, but I was like, why is this kind of like, I don't know, intriguing. Anyways, someone said that's a security issue. Okay, well, yes, it definitely is. And I was stupid to accept it, but I did that anyway. Anyways, we're here to crash out. Wait, I should do a parody intro. Bad Bunny is ruining America by singing and dancing on stage. According to, I guess, the manga crowd who is mad at the Super Bowl halftime show. I don't know. There's a lot going on here, and most of it is incredibly stupid, but it's also kind of funny. So I thought we should go over this today. At this point, you likely have heard of the massive crash out over Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show. You have a lot of people who are mad at him for being, well, they won't say why they're actually mad at him. But they've constructed a bunch of elaborate reasons. So I kind of want to show you what's going on here, what people are saying, how the show went, the insane, unhinged anti-Super Bowl show that some conservatives launched in reaction to this. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. Someone said, won't someone think of the children? Oh, God. All right. So I'll record an intro. Hi, I'm D'Angelo, and today's video is about football, music, and I guess just the latest conservative outrage of the week. I don't know. It's pretty dumb. Buckle in. All right. Someone said, just for being is accurate. True. A lot of people do hate Bad Bunny just for existing. So I would like to show you. I'm pulling this from Reuters just as like a quick introduction to. It makes sense that an artist like Bad Bunny would be announced as the Super Bowl halftime show headliner because he's currently one of the most famous people alive, okay? Recently, apparently being the first person to win Album of the Year at the Grammys with a Spanish language album, right? That actually just happened. But yeah, being Spotify's most streamed artist multiple years in a row, winning all these awards, etc. And I'm going to be honest with you, they out here playing Bad Bunny in the streets. I feel like streaming numbers is one thing, but I also just like to judge an artist by, am I likely to hear this music playing if I don't know, go to a tattoo parlor? If I, stop by a barbershop? The answer is yes. People really are rocking with Bad Bunny's music because it's fire. It's fire. Reading chat. Someone says Shakira and Jennifer Lopez performed in 2020. Oh, they did. And but that's the thing. It's so selective, right? To be mad essentially that an enormous artist is announced to perform at this enormous music event. There's going to be some level of cognitive dissonance going on here. But here was the announcement. Bad Bunny will headline Super Bowl 60 halftime show. And as you can imagine, what with him singing in Spanish, rapping in Spanish, and almost all of his music, people were very, very normal about this. Reading chat. Someone said, I hear Bad Bunny in the grocery store. Same. I also hear Bad Bunny in the grocery store. Someone said, I just joined. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad I'm here. That was a Freudian slip. I'm so glad you're here. And I'm glad that you're here. All right, so I kind of want to get into like, why are people upset about this? Or what were they actually saying? Let's not put words in their mouth. So we have Danica Patrick, who, race car driver? I believe she did that at one point. Does that sound right? And she says, oh, fun. No songs in English should not be allowed at one of America's highest rated television events of the year, not just for sports. That was so difficult to understand. No songs in English should not be allowed. Okay, I think what Miss Patrick may be getting at here is she finds it to be, I guess, unallowable, just a bad thing that Bad Bunny sings in Spanish and will be performing in Spanish at this show because it's America's highest rated television event of the year. Where do I start? Maybe with the fact that it doesn't seem like she can even speak English, because maybe some people should use ChatGPT. No, that's not a good argument. That's a bad take. But what I'm getting at here is from jump, I knew this was just going to be xenophobia. I knew it was going to be racism against certain people. But the funny thing about this, though, is that Puerto Rico is absolutely an American territory and the people there are citizens. So regardless of Bad Bunny's language, this is pretending that he is somehow less American or whatever just because he's singing in Spanish is just painful. But it doesn't get any smarter than this. I'm telling you, it's just going to get worse. All right. So we've got people are also mad at the fact that he is anti-ICE, which imagine being mad at the fact that somebody is anti-ICE. Somebody said I learned Spanish in elementary. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. No. I'm not even ready to move off of the Spanish thing. I'm not ready to move off of the Spanish thing at all. It is so stupid to act like the United States is not a multilingual country. It's just not a smart way of talking or living. People here speak so many languages, and there are so many people here that speak Spanish. I got people in my immediate vicinity that primarily speak Spanish. They live here. They're Americans. I don't know. I feel like even if he was singing in, I don't know, I can't even think of another language to name, it still wouldn't be that big of a deal. But like, so many people here speak Spanish in this country who are Americans. That is maybe the least weird thing that could possibly happen at the Super Bowl. Someone said we are a melting pot. No, exactly. The colonizers disagree. Well, yeah. Oh, but a lot of people hate that fact, though. Y'all hate the fact that we are here looking all kinds of different ways, speaking all kinds of different languages, having all kinds of different cultures, etc. But anyways, another reason that people hate Bad Bunny's announcement was that he's been hella anti-ICE. He includes a lot of politically related messages in his songs and has for years, but recently he made the decision to skip the United States during his tour because he didn't want there to be any ICE activity there, which I feel like that's pretty good because essentially that's activism, or at least I consider it to be activism. I don't know. Maybe I don't understand how activism works, but I feel like that he's really putting his money where his mouth was, and he absolutely did that. Instead of opening up that can of worms for his most recent performances, string of live performances, he actually held it as a residency in Puerto Rico. Also, when I say skip the US tour, I'm referring to the mainland United States, obviously. But yeah, instead of performing here, he really was just like, I'm going to sit right here in Puerto Rico where I'm from, and y'all can come see me and we can stimulate the economy. And this is exactly what happened. And I think things like that are amazing. Again, if these are things that are pissing you off, you're like, oh, this person has values. Oh, this person speaks Spanish. Oh, I don't think there's going to be much in the way of good faith criticism going on here. Someone said good for him for saying F ICE and protecting his fans. Yeah, exactly. And when you are that powerful and you have the ability to essentially withhold money and use your power and be like, actually, we're going to redirect y'all over here, I think things like that are awesome. But it's not surprising that people would be mad about this. Reading chat. Someone said music has always been political. Yes, I think the people who like to pretend essentially that they don't want to see politics in their performances. I don't want to see politics in this and that and the other. That's a really privileged take, honestly. Do you know why? Because my very existence gets politicized. I could be talking about anything, and just the fact that I'm here, black as hell, talking to you right now, I get labeled political anything. Just the fact that I'm here, gender non-conforming, I'm non-binary, I'm a man, you use he, him pronouns exclusively. That's political to some of y'all as well. So it's like when people start yapping about like, oh, leave politics out of this, I'm like, ooh, must be nice. Y'all won't leave the politics out of my life. But yes, music is deeply political and has been and will continue to be, whether y'all mauled about it or not. Someone said, I don't want politics in art is an immediate dog whistle. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, because do you not like understand what art is? I agree with you. Yeah, art can be so many things, but claiming that politics has no place in it or that has never been used as a tool for such is ludicrous. Someone said they'll get over it. Oh, they definitely will. Someone said you can't breathe and you can't walk and you can't exist without being political. Some of us can't. I know I can't. Anyways, other things that I saw people were mad about. I'm trying to give MAGA a fair shot. I don't want to make them all sound like a bunch of idiots. They do that really well themselves. But so far we've got, oh, he speaks Spanish. Oh, he's political. I also saw people really mad at a bunch of AI stuff. And I mean like actual just crashing out because they were reposting AI images and videos and saying Bad Bunny was doing all of these things. Does this image show Bad Bunny burning American flag? Not so fast. And so you have this scandalous Facebook picture of Bad Bunny in a, I guess that's a trans pride flag colored dress burning an American flag. which is obviously AI generated, obviously not a real picture. That being said, I wouldn't mind if it was real. But people were big mad about this. This was spreading all over the internet. People were saying Bad Bunny's going to go perform in a dress. Bad Bunny caught on stage last night preparing for his Super Bowl halftime show. Are you excited about his performance? He does not support ICE and thinks America's going backwards. I guess much like most celebrities. I'm sorry. This is insane. I can't believe the proliferation of AI content in conservative news media. It happens a lot. Like, look at this. I want to show y'all a real example. If you right now go to the conservative subreddit, don't do that. Don't go there. I'm going to go there for you. I will absorb the damage. If you were to go to the conservative subreddit and take a look at this post, pop star Bad Bunny to headline Super Bowl show, what is LX 60. Pop star Bad Bunny to headline Super Bowl 60 halftime show in California after saying, "I'm never performing in the United States again." And you have all these people saying, "Oh, capitalism wins again," etc., etc., etc. I mean, some people are trying to understand it or whatever. This didn't happen. I searched. I looked. I was like, did he say he wasn't performing in the US ever again? First of all, if he did and then changed his mind, that's not even really newsworthy to me. But Breitbart, I'm sorry, this is insane to even be on this website right now because of how not reputable they are. They're literally citing this AI video of Bad Bunny saying,
"I'm never performing in the US again. I'm scared."
It says right here. It's pretty hard to see. It says right here that it's AI generated. He didn't say this. He has made multiple statements about choosing not to perform in the mainland United States because he was worried about the safety of his fans. But there is no real reason to actually be mad. And so people are making up reason after reason, whether that has to be deliberately misconstruing things, using AI to generate reasons to be mad at him, pretending like it doesn't make sense to sing in Spanish in a country where so many people are Spanish speakers. This is painful. Someone say he doesn't even sound like him. It doesn't. It really, really doesn't. It's so stupid that this is the links that people were going to try to essentially make up a reason for why it's bad, to try to moralize their outrage. Now, I feel that there is another reason that people were actually mad at Bad Bunny. You can correct me if you feel like I'm reaching, but you notice how look at. It's like, this is Bad Bunny. He was just announced at the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show. Massive Trump hater, anti-ICE activist, no songs in English. And then you definitely choose the most, like, honestly, he's serving in these pictures for sure. But you were really like, yeah, we're going to make sure he looks like the least white possible. He looks the most gendery, but like, you can't come out and say it. All of y'all are racist. Honestly, it's okay to not like Bad Bunny's music. That's fine. That doesn't make you racist. It's okay to be like, oh, I watched the Super Bowl halftime show. It wasn't for me. But it is literally just being against Latino people, and also a bunch of weird, like, gendery stuff, because he is quite boundary pushing in terms of the way he presents himself. I pressed the wrong button. Y'all ain't slick. Y'all are not slick. Someone said that's a stretch. Oh, trust me, it ain't. It definitely ain't. Y'all are racist. And it's like, fine. But sometimes I feel like these conversations would be less annoying if people would just say, actually, I don't like this group of people and I don't want to see them ever. That would make more sense. But instead, this is why you have to make up so many reasons for it. Someone said no songs in English. Yeah, no, like, that's such a... I really do love how we're trying to make him seem bad for being a massive Trump hater, being anti-ICE, and performing in his native language. This is incredible. This is great. This is amazing. Someone said it's so funny that no songs in English equals bad. Yeah, please, for the love of God. Reading chat. Someone said they're jealous because he's pretty. No, for real. Someone says it's pretty telling that most of the AI videos have him wearing skirts and stuff. Yeah, but anyways, I am tired of conservative world. Getting back into things that people are mad about. He's only gotten more and more vocal when it comes to his criticism of ICE, which again is actually pissing people off somehow. Here I have this video for you, which is not AI generated, and he did actually say, hold on. I gotta like do a finagle with the audio so I can actually hear what my man is trying to say. The facts that he's trying to spit. Okay, I think I fixed it.
We're not savage.
Never mind, I can't hear that. Hold on. I'm not gonna crash out over the volume. I'm gonna fix it really fast. We'll do like 300. Okay, this should be better. My bad.
We're not savage. We're not animals. We're not aliens. We are humans, and we are Americans. The hate get more powerful with more hate. The only thing that is more powerful than hate is love. So, please, we need to be different. If we fight, we have to do it with love.
Or I let that finish, which is a great speech, by the way. I would like to point out, though, that like even if you zoom out and you kind of just look at what people are saying, because people like to say both sides. Both sides are bad. Both sides are bad. Both sides. Actually, chat, can we get really, really, really real for a second? Can I get really, 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 really real for a second? In the United States of America, both sides of the two-party system are bad. For sure, because we have two right-wing parties and what is considered to be, you know, leftism by the majority, misunderstanding of leftism would just be center-right stuff anywhere else. We don't have leftism in the United States. We do. We have many people working very, very hard to make this a reality for us. But what I mean is, like, when people say both sides are bad, I agree with that in terms of what we have to deal with here. But if we're actually just talking about the ideas of being left-wing versus right-wing, both sides are not bad. It's not true that both sides are bad, because it is just fact that right-wing ideology is very much about imposing things upon other people, and left-wing ideology is about exactly what Bad Bunny is talking about here. It is about love, as hokey as that sounds, as dumb as it sounds. Ultimately, freedom for people, autonomy, and the erasure of unjust hierarchies and all of these things are so that everyone is happier. And that's why, like, things like this, when I don't even know what I'm holding. I have this EOS lip balm, which for some reason I'm using as a microphone. When I see things like this, it really does kind of remind me of, like, this is insane that for the most part, I am just sitting here trying to justify freedom for all people, as Bad Bunny is, and the happiness and things like this, and everyone else is trying to justify we hate you and you should leave our country and let's be more racist and also prevent people from living their true lives, etc. Like, the fact that there could even be two sides to this issue does my head in. It does my head in. It's very painful. So yes, both sides of the American two-party system are bad, but I don't ever want to hear both sides are bad about just the idea of left-wing ideology and right-wing ideology. No, I don't agree. Someone said we're not living in normal times. It's a no, dog. It's a no, dog. Someone said just joining. So I don't know if you've already covered this, but what's most radical about Bad Bunny is that he refuses to make music and perform for white Americans, which makes him so mad. Well, yeah, we're going to get into that. You're spoiling a little bit. But yes, there was a massive deprioritization of the mainland United States in Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance, which was actually a really cool statement, but we'll get there in a second. And people were pissed off. They were mad. They were hella mad. Someone said first D'Angelo stream. Hello, big fan. Hey, hi. But yeah, I hope, honestly, my goal in life is to just not sound completely stupid when I talk about politics. I think a lot of streamers, or oh god, I keep referring to myself as a streamer. Chat, are we cooked? Am I a streamer? I'm asking legitimately. Please say psych. I don't want to be a streamer. I only stream for like, I think like 60 hours a month or something like that. That's not much. I'm not a streamer, right? I'm just streaming for content. It's different. I don't want to be a streamer. I'm not streaming. I'm just like, I happen to be live. This is such an L. You work so hard. Try being an influencer for a day. You work so hard in your life. You're like, I'm gonna have good takes. I'm gonna write scripts, and you just fast forward a few years into your career. What are you doing? You're just live streaming, yapping like everyone else on the platform. Why am I a streamer? That was never my goal in life, as much as I do love live streaming. But listen. A lot of live streamers catch flack over this idea of like, I'm just a live streamer. I'm just an internet personality. Don't come to me for political commentary or political advice or this, that, the other. And on the one hand, it's like, yes, don't come to me for political advice, please, because I am just a guy. But on the other hand, it's such a cop-out, man. It's such a cop-out. It's not a political opinion to say. In my opinion, it shouldn't be a political opinion to say, like, ICE needs to be abolished immediately, defunded, dissolved. It should not be a political opinion to say just the normal things that I've started making sure I'm really clear about, so nobody has to speculate about the things that I believe. And so I am not smart in terms of politics. I really, really am not. But here's the thing. You could still be a political idiot and understand really obvious cold takes like that ICE is bad, or that genocide is bad, or that you should not support, say, a country's genocide against other people, or that you should not support your own country's complicity in a genocide against other people, or you should, be accepting of all people, or like, I guess I just really have no sort of sympathy for people who try to claim this sort of streamer apoliticism. I realize I'm vaguely referring to people who exist right now. Which is fine. I realize I'm vaguely referring to real situations, which is never a good idea to do, but I'm being so for real. Someone said that's just about human rights, not politics. Yeah, exactly. When it comes to human rights issues, you shouldn't need to be some sort of like, I don't know, theory reciting like smart person who knows more than me. There are so many people who know more than me, and I'm just not that guy. But I'm tired of this idea that no one should ever have any sort of expectation of speaking up about these things. So I say all this to say, when I say things like, oh, we have two parties in the United States that would both be considered right-wing or conservative by other places where leftism is actually like understood. These are pretty new things to me, and I just hope it doesn't come across as like super cringe or, super bad or wrong or whatever. Because for the longest time, I was really just given the standard American version of politics, which is that like, here, these are the only two things that exist. That's a big thing in America, where you think the things in America are the only things that exist. I really was like, yeah, if you don't want to be a bad person, don't be a conservative, and then you're fine. And I didn't realize that like, actually anything that maintains the status quo, which is currently unjust, is a bad thing. It's a bad thing. And that would totally include any sort of like annoying, you get where I'm going. You get where I'm going with this. So someone said you're on point. Thank you. I'm really trying. It was explained to me recently, and I was just like, no, I see what you're saying. This is very contrary to a lot of the things that I once thought were true, but I was just wrong. I was really wrong. And that's okay. It's fine. I'm not going to implode. Someone said nothing is fine. Well, you know what I mean when I say it's fine. Anyways, Reading chat, reading chat. Someone said in Finland we have 10 different political parties. Yeah. In our defense, Americanization of the internet. In our defense, is an Americanization of the internet if the biggest social platforms are made by Americans? Well, I mean, we're still way like Americentric, honestly. One of the things I was careful not to say earlier was that Bad Bunny is like the biggest artist in the world. You see this happen a lot. We're like, oh yeah, Bad Bunny is the biggest artist in the world. Where is the world exactly? He's definitely like one of the most popular people alive, but like there are so many other places, so many ways of being, and I just don't want to be a dummy. I don't want to be a dummy. Reading chat, reading chat. Someone said in Poland we don't have a two-party system, but it still feels like it. Oof. Someone said I don't understand how politics in the US work at all. They don't. Does that answer your question? They do not. Reading. Someone said Bad Bunny kind of is the biggest though. Well, no, like he is the biggest in the world in terms of where we are currently tracking. There's just also a lot of places where he wouldn't be at the same time. So it's like, I don't know. Being more specific. That's another thing that I feel like Americans do too is, or I know I have a tendency to do this, is I kind of, and hear me out, because I need some backup from the Americans. I swear to God, if you just go through the American school system, which I did some of my time in, and then you come out, it almost seems like the rest of the country or the rest of the world is just like one place. I know that's really stupid. I swear to God, if you read like an American history book, it basically reads as like, yes, you live in America, which is a big place with people from all over the world who came here because this was such a great country and all this stuff. And everywhere else in the world is just kind of like the place that people come to America from. And so there's none of this like separation or acknowledgement that there are other ways of working. Someone said it's like you're brainwashed. No, it's very much brainwashing of American youth to essentially believe that America is the only place that exists. And that because you can justify American imperialism if you do that. Right? If you believe that America is essentially the only important place, then when you hear these things like, oh, America's doing these horrible things to other places, it doesn't matter because other places isn't a real place in your mind. It's a construct representing everything that is not American, which you were taught a bias against in school, which is kind of like... So I'm trying. I'll end the disclaimer here. Trying not to be the dumbest streamer alive when I'm talking about politics. And I know it's not all coming out right, but I prefer this to silence. I would rather say something and get it wrong and get corrected than say nothing. Personally. Anyway, sorry. Rant over. Someone said not only that America's the only place, but also every other place wants to be us. Oh yeah, definitely taught that in school. Definitely taught that in school. A lot of countries are affected by stuff happening in America. Unfortunately. Christian interference. Oh my God, yeah, that too. Someone said, I'm so glad I follow you. I'm glad you're here. Anyways, it all comes back to capitalism. You know it does. But. All this to say, there are like a myriad of reasons that people were mad at Bad Bunny's inclusion. Some of them overt, some of them made up, but none of this was justified. He hasn't done anything that would warrant outrage over his performance. That's what I was mostly getting at. Anyways, moving on from this. All right, so this is where it gets dumb, y'all. This is where it gets dumb. Turning Point USA. Well, no. How does Turning Point USA describe themselves, actually? I don't know how they describe themselves. Are they like... What are they? I know. Oh, it's an American nonprofit organization that advocates for conservative politics. Okay, cool. So everybody's favorite conservative nonprofit advocacy group, Turning Point USA, was like, you know what? Screw Bad Bunny and his inclusion here. We're going to do our own halftime show. Kid Rock headlines Turning Point USA's Super Bowl halftime show. So they're like, this was getting a little bit too, I don't know, out there for us. We're going to have what's called the All-American halftime show. I kid you not. Hold on, this is like an archived version. Let me pull up the actual website. Yeah, so instead of hearing Bad Bunny and the multiple amazing, talented people he had dancing and singing, you could have tuned in to hear Kid Rock. Brantley Gilbert, that is not a real person. You made this person up in a lab, for sure. Lee Bryce and Gabby Barrett. Brantley Gilbert is not Brantley Gilbert. Doesn't it? Okay, I guess this person wasn't made in the lab, but like, dude, the conservative influencer verse is so. I know that like normal influencers, musicians, etc., we are all wacky and already very unreal. But there's something about anybody who is actually famous in this sphere where my first reaction to them is like, you are AI generated. But anyways, yeah. So if this was something that you were interested in, have fun, I guess. Reading chat. Someone said all American means white, I guess. Yeah, I would like to say too, once again, we're getting into some pretty deep, what to me reads as anti-Latino sentiment. Once again, why are we upset about the presence of Spanish? Labeling this all-American and as an alternative to Bad Bunny, I find to be disgusting. Not least of which, again, the fact that he's American. He is objectively American. But even at that, I think one thing that I wish I saw more people talking about was, let's say Bad Bunny actually was an American and he was just Spanish speaking from some place that is, you know, I don't know, further away or whatever. It would still be fine. It would still be fine. How many people have we had at the Super Bowl who are not Americans, by the way? Can anybody help me out with that? Because I know we've had some. I know we've already had this happen. This already happens? I had seen Shakira mentions earlier. Shakira. Okay. She appears to be Colombian, as long as I'm not getting this wrong. Did somebody say... Who else do we got? Someone said Nicki Minaj couldn't make it. No. Coldplay? Oh, thank you. Okay, we've got Coldplay. Oh, The Weeknd? Oh, that's right. The Weeknd is not from the United States of America, is he? Okay. Yeah, no. So many people. Brother, this doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter if Bad Bunny was not American. This happens a lot. There's nothing to be upset over here. I feel like I'm going crazy. Someone said Rihanna. Wait, Rihanna's not American? Wait, day I learned. Is she Canadian? Barbadian. Oh. Listen, look. I don't be Googling, okay, the nationalities of every singer. You know, oh God, sometimes I feel dumb. Look, for the longest time, I really thought that like Justin Bieber was American. And so forgive me. But yes, Rihanna's a great example. Anyways, there's just so many people. Someone says she Canadian. Listen, I said is she Canadian because that's my default. When people started saying like, oh, Justin Bieber is not American or whatever, like from the United States of America, I was like, well, then where is he from? And the answer is usually Canada. They were like, oh, did you know that The Weeknd was not actually like from the United States? And I was like, where is he from? And it was Canada. So if you're like, oh, Rihanna's not from here, I'm like, Rihanna, proud Canadian probably. But no, that was just me being stupid. That's okay though. Thank you for educating me. Oh my God. Lord. Someone said we love misinformation. Listen, I check. I disseminate misinformation occasionally, but I walk it back. I'm good at that. Anyways. Someone said, where's The Weeknd from? Yeah, he from Canada. Look at that. The Weeknd, Canadian singer and songwriter. For real. Anyways, I'm including that point in the video. It doesn't even matter if Bad Bunny's not American. Y'all are just everything phobic. It's stupid. It's tired. Reading chat. Someone said be careful, an apology video is coming. I guess I'll have to start practicing my ukulele. Sorry. I thought Rihanna was Canadian. And it was stupid. And I won't say it again. I rhyme say it again with Canadian. This is why I don't release music. Oh my god. Anyways, I made my point. Moving on. Essentially, this just turned into this massive forced quote unquote culture war issue. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm on the New York Post. I didn't know where else to pull this quote. Trump tells the Post he's skipping the Super Bowl, slams halftime performers Bad Bunny and Green Day, says, I'm anti them. He says, I think it's a terrible choice. All it does is sow hatred. Terrible. Hatred of who? Trump. I'm very curious about this. When the vast majority of what I've seen of Bad Bunny's political musings seems to be, don't kill my people, and also we should love each other. Deeply confused at this hatred implication. Anyways, the president says he's not going, not because of Bad Bunny, but that the Super Bowl itself was just too far away. He says, I've gotten great hands at the Super Bowl. They like me. I would go if it was a little bit shorter. Oh God, does Trump have attention span issues? Do you think that he's just like watching brain rot YouTube shorts and now he can't watch anything longer than 5 minutes? Because honestly, never mind. Anyways, I miss when I lived in a country when the president of the United States would not weigh in on the Super Bowl halftime performer. I did used to live in that country. Or am I crazy? I'm hallucinating maybe. But the thing is, I definitely had a brain. I know the world before 2016 was a simulation, but I don't feel like things like this used to happen. Reading chat. Someone said he's constantly posting AI, so I wouldn't be surprised. He definitely has got some AI brain rot in his YouTube Shorts algorithm. I can tell you that. The amount of AI, we talked about that earlier. The amount of AI that gets, the conservative news cycle runs on AI at this point. It's awful. Someone said I miss when I didn't know that politicians beef on Twitter. No, same. Okay, hold on. I feel another thing I want to say. Decorum. Y'all familiar with that word? Decorum? I couldn't really define it if I was called to do so. Decorum definition. Okay, great. So decorum means behavior in keeping with good taste and propriety. In other words, like being respectable and nice to people, right? I don't think we should do that anymore right now. Actually, I don't believe in decorum. I don't believe in respecting people who have different political opinions from you. If that opinion is that I should be dead, I'm not going to respect that. If that opinion is that other people should not get healthcare that they need, I'm not respecting you. We're not going to kumbaya. We're not going to kiki, right? But once we're done with this completely like lopsided political climate that we're in, where we have people arguing against our existence, can we please bring back a little bit of etiquette? Just a little bit. Just like a smidgen of decorum coming back would be awesome. It's not useful right now. It's just going to get you walked all over. But I yearn for the days when the president is nice and people are nice about politics again, and everyone's at least pretending not to be a horrible person and hate each other. I know that that's not good right now because it's not going to get us anywhere, but I want it to happen. Reading chat. Someone said, I don't believe in decorum anymore after someone doxed an artist and called ice on them. Yeah, no. Being nice to people who hate you is not going to get you anywhere. But Lord, I want to go back to being nice to people. I think that's the thing too, is like, someone said, I yearn for kindness and globalism. No, like, I am just not built for this climate. I'm not built for this. None of us are. This is deeply abnormal. But like the hold hands, kumbaya stuff, I would be thriving. I'd be like, yes, let's all be nice to each other. Oh my God. But instead, I have to be really vocal and be like, nah, if you follow me and you racist, just delete your entire YouTube account and cancel your internet service provider. You don't need that. Don't talk to other people. Lock yourself in your home and don't leave. That's all. But no, it's painful. It's painful. Someone said we can't go back. It provides cover for terrible people. True. It does. I guess I just want a world without terrible people. There's this song, We Are Already Distracted. But if I'm talking about music, then technically it's not a distraction since this is about a Super Bowl halftime show. There's a song by Flume featuring Caroline Polachek. A lot of you are like, who is Caroline Polachek? Who is Flume? Don't worry about it. And the lyrics thereof, she has this one like line in here where she says, oh wait, I can't make that bigger. Sorry. I feel like the Genius website gets worse every single time I try to use it. But anyways, she says, if I could raise my arm, I'd raise my arm and wave a wand to end all harm. And sometimes that's the intro of the song. It just plays in my head. And I'm like, I don't even want political complexity. I love leftism. I do. It's so necessary. But I wish we didn't even have to have theory for visions of society where people were nice to each other. I wish just naturally people collective, like, I'm having trouble explaining this, but the complexity and politicization of just trying to be a nice person tires me out so much. I just wish everything bad would disappear. And I know that's stupid and it's not going to happen. And that's why I don't try to be obstructive and shut people down. But like, I'm so tired. I'm so tired all the time. But we ain't ignoring it though. We ain't ignoring it. It's not a reason to opt out of politics. And that's why I'm still here trying to get through this. God. Someone said I get you entirely. Thank you. It was a tricky point I'm trying to explain. Politics are deeply important and we should not stop talking about it for as long as it is deeply important, which will probably be forever. But that doesn't change the fact that I would be happier if politics were not important. And actually everybody was just nice to each other all the time. That's all I want. Oh, well, what can we do? Anyways, that being said, I think I've sort of covered everything that some say human decency shouldn't feel radical. Agreed. I think I've sort of covered everything leading up to the Super Bowl performance. Now, let's get into it. So I am not gonna play it because I am scared. I'm scared to show you the Super Bowl performance in its entirety, but I'll tell you right now, I did watch it. Actually, who here watched it? It was fire. But forget the symbolism for a second, because there was a lot going on there just as a performance. And in terms of it being like a party and a vibe, I was living. I am a Super Bowl performance fan. Halftime show. It's the only part of the Super Bowl I watch besides the commercials. And this year, not even the commercials were hitting. But I was like, no, I'm finna catch this. The controversy worked. I'm finna sit down. I opened it right when it happened. I watched that 13-minute performance. I was alive. I was like, this is so cool. This is amazing. This is so good. Reading chat. Okay, yeah, a lot of people here saw it. I feel like if you like music, if you like dancing, if you like cool set design, you know, you don't even have to worry about the deeper aspects of it. Just go watch it. It was such a time. Reading chat. Yeah. Okay, everyone's going off. Someone said I cried the entire time. Well, it was very moving. It was moving for a lot of people because here, I have this AP article pulled up breaking down the symbolism in Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show. So I am not going to go through this point by point because people have already broken this down way better than I could. But essentially, the entire thing was a celebration of Bad Bunny's culture. Everything from the people he had out there. There was just like deep lore references going on, the way the field was set up. Just all of it was so intentional. All of it was so beautiful. And it was really just exactly what he was talking about on stage at the Grammys, of it being a celebration of love. Trump is out here saying, oh, he's sowing hate, but the only thing that was shining through this entire Super Bowl performance was just love for oneself, love for all people. And the part that, oh yeah, Lady Gaga showed up, we're going to talk about that in a bit. That was great. The one part where I was like, that is a really, really strong message, is towards the very end. He, you know, waves the flag, but he says, God bless America, and then starts referencing people all across the American continent, essentially, but the whole landmass of America. He had so many flags out there, so many countries. He listed Canada, for example, right? Not just the territory of Puerto Rico, but he really was, I guess, indicating that America is not just the United States. That was kind of the main message that, or one of the messages that I took away from the Super Bowl performance. And I thought it was pretty beautiful, because when you start thinking along those lines of, actually, this is a place that has all kinds of people with differing cultures, united under differing flags, but all still together, it gets really impossible to justify the inhuman treatment of anybody just because they happen to be across a different border, essentially. That was my interpretation. I didn't do deep, like, beforehand, like, or after. I wasn't doing like deep lore. I was just trying to see, like, people are really claiming that we're not going to understand Bad Bunny's message. And I was like, well, you know what? I don't know Spanish. I bet I'm still going to understand what he's getting at here. And that's what I felt like. That's what I felt like he was getting at. It was genuinely beautiful. it was amazing. And then it obviously it goes much more deeper into like Puerto Rican culture, and it goes a lot further beyond that, but I thought it was beautiful. Someone said it's not that Canada is Latin America, it's that it's America. Yeah, no, like, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Pop up in a world map. All of this, oh, this is a really high quality image. Oh my god, wait, it's so grainy. All of this, like, these lines right here, is fake. All of this is fake. Here. Let me show you. Let's just look at the Earth. Okay, great. Bro, this is this is what we look like. Okay? This is, I know this is, I'm just sounding like the most woo-woo. I'm sorry if this sounds dumb, but I've always believed that essentially any sort of rigorous enforcement of border, or this idea that we actually have the right to do all these things, people's cultures are real, obviously. And that's what I felt like was another big message of his performance. Like, culture is a real thing. People will get together and they'll have shared experiences and stuff like that. But this actual idea of there being a hard border right here, and everybody below this doesn't get to be American, and so we can justify any sort of inhuman treatment of them or anything like that, it's just a complete fallacy, when essentially all of this is also America. Like, I don't know. Reading chat. Someone said border. I pressed the wrong button. Anyways, someone said borders aren't real. Yeah, no, I just, bro. Reading chat. Someone said, for me, hearing you guys say he's American or she's not American to refer to the USA only is kind of strange or almost degrading. Well, it is. I think for a lot of people, I know I had to go through the same thing. Like, the fact that even our country gets abbreviated as America is insane. It's actually crazy. It's not good. I can't really think of, unless I'm totally missing something, I can't even think of any other countries where they are essentially considered to be the epitome of the continent that they're in, right? People are like, oh, he's from America. You're like, United States. And everything else in this group of land masses is treated as like second class second class. It's what we're taught in school. They all but say it. And yeah, no, I agree. I agree with this message. Reading chat. That's by design. Yeah, exactly. Someone said, then stop calling it America. Well, I can try. It probably won't work when we're dealing with 27 years of influence by these structures that I feel like we're being pushed back against. But someone said Australia. Well, Australia does also refer to a country and a continent, right? Or am I wrong about that? Hold on. Don't ask me about geography ever. I'm going to start sounding dumb. Don't ask me about geography. But is that true too? Okay, so it's not like only. It's not only. Reading chat. Someone said I say the US more. Yeah. Also, did y'all know that we got fake maps in school? Did you know that a lot of Americans got fake maps? Hold on. America incorrect size map. I'm being so for real right now. In many of the maps that I had as a kid, America was made to be really, 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 really big on this map, but actually it was projected incorrectly. And the country is a lot smaller than I was taught compared to other places. There are so many places that are bigger than America. I swear to God, it sounds like conspiracy, but I'm being for real right now. We did not have accurate maps in our classrooms as a kid. And all of that goes into your brain of like, oh yeah, this is what the world looks like. America's huge. And Africa, for example, is this tiny little place over here. When you're like shrinking all of these countries into one place because you think that you're the only place to exist. It's so painful. Someone said Canada is huge. It is. It's enormous. It's enormous. Yeah. Yeah, no, that is for real. That is a real thing. I realized I didn't even understand how small America is, the United States of America is in the grand scheme of things. So painful, man. But we're trying. Someone said the US feels that big. I mean, it is still big. I hate how big the United States is, actually. I hate how big Texas is in general. Just trying to drive out of Texas, you feel like you're trapped in the underworld. Anyways, chat, someone said all maps have projection issues though. Well, definitely. But chat, I can't do it. I can't show you this halftime show. Listen, I'll just be a bad YouTuber and tell you without using firsthand sources. There is controversies over Kid Rock's poor lip syncing, just him not being a good performer. But the actual idea of me pulling up this halftime show and watching any clips from it, even for content, I'm not gonna do it. I would rather cry. So instead, maybe let's look at some of the things that people said happened here. Instead, let's kind of look at that. So we're starting off with a guitar solo of the Star Spangled Banner, right? We're playing Real American and Dirt Road Anthem. How much you want to bet ChatGPT came up with the set list? How much you want to... No, I'm sorry. Kid Rock played last with a performance that included his 1990 hit Bawidaba. Okay, Bawidaba. And ended with a cover of Till You Can't, a song made popular by country musician Cody Johnson. Oh, and then at the end, there was a tribute to Charlie Kirk. Great. Showing photo and video of the late Turning Point founder. It was a 30-minute show. It lasted a few minutes into the third quarter of the Super Bowl game. More than 4 million people streamed it live on YouTube. Oh, good for them. Chat, I can't do it. There are levels of cringe that are too deep even for me. I can't be a shock absorber from this. I'm going to take people's word for it that it wasn't good. The description of it sounds awful. The description of it, I don't even need to take people's word for it. I already knew this was going to be a mess, but this just sounds so painful. No. Reading chat. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. I don't even know what that's in reference to. Actually, can we talk about Charlie Kirk a little bit? I don't even feel the need to be careful talking about him. I know, I feel like a lot of streamers are like, he turned into a real hot button issue where it's like, oh, what's this streamer going to say about Charlie Kirk? What are your thoughts on Charlie Kirk? Well, he's certainly doing less harm now than he was before, is sort of my main thought about him. I don't really have complex thoughts. I don't even have super strong opinions on Charlie Kirk or what happened to him or any of that. I'm just like, I don't know. This idea that we have to be nice to people when they die is hilarious to me. I don't think we have to be nice to people just because they're dead, or even if, you know, it happened unexpectedly or whatever. And here's why. Because when you're not a horrible human being, no one's actually finna be celebrating. Look, recently, you might have noticed horrible news, right? The passing of Catherine O'Hara, right? I didn't see anything. Magically, I didn't see any of this. None of that was happening. I saw people being respectful and, you know, this, that, the other. It's just really interesting that, like, this idea that we all somehow have some sort of responsibility to manage your image after you die. That's on you. If you're not a horrible person, you don't have to worry about this. That's how I feel. I don't think that's a hot take at all. It feels pretty ice cold to me, but whatever. Whatever. Reading chat. Someone say he's not a saint, nor a martyr. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say no, brother. No. I saw what happened. Got the news in real time. Like, oh wow, that's not what I expected to read today. And then I just opted out of that conversation for the most part. I didn't Google anything about Charlie Kirk because I don't care that he died. I don't have a responsibility to care. People are already asking so much of you, just being a person in this world, so much empathy that we're just demanded to have for other people constantly. And I'm like, but you can also not do it. You could also just not do any of the emotional labor that people are demanding from you and still call yourself a good person. Sleep at night. That's me. Anyways, moving on. It's also kind of countercultural too, to like what I was raised on. Because I was definitely raised on like, oh, the dead, don't speak ill of the dead, don't speak ill of the dead. And I'm like, now that I'm older, I'm just like, but why though? Y'all think I'm not finna speak ill of Trump when he dies? Y'all think I'm finna be nice? I'm finna be like, oh, beloved US president died at, how old is Donald Trump actually? I know it's like super hella old. Age. Oh, he's 79. Yeah. When we get the news, oh, beloved US president dies at 79. 79. Please, God. I know. I don't believe in you no more. I will re-believe in you. 79. Let them headlines say 79. I can't do this anymore. When we get those headlines saying he dies at 79, if y'all think I'm gonna be sitting here on live being nice and saying, guys, don't say anything horrible about Donald J. Trump just because he died, it's not gonna happen. They're gonna hate the way I talk about this. They're really gonna hate the way I talk about this. So yeah, no, that's my opinion. Being nice to dead people? What's he gonna do? Get mad? Probably not. Probably not. Anyways, let's go ahead and talk about how some people reacted to Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance. We're starting off. Speaking of Charlie Kirk, by the way, right? Speak of the devil. Jake Paul, MAGA influencer Jake Paul, which, by the way, if you take issue with me describing him as a MAGA influencer at this point, bro, if you just sign out of Twitter, that way it shows you all of his most popular tweets. It's literally just all MAGA posting. Charlie Kirk got shot for telling the truth, Jake Paul says. He's over here talking about if it isn't apparent enough who God wants to win, when you try and kill God's angels and saviors of the world, it just makes them bigger. Good beats evil every time. Trump 2024. Trump 48 hours, not even in office. Call with. I'm like, listen. Jake Paul has been trash. We've been knew this from jump, but going all in on this MAGA stuff has just been stunning to say the least. But anyways, maybe that's why it should come as no surprise that Charlie Kirk enthusiast, Trump supporting Jake Paul said of the Super Bowl halftime show, purposefully turning off the halftime show. Let's rally together and show big corporations they can't just do whatever they want without consequences, which equals viewership for them. You are their benefit. Realize you have power. Turn off this halftime. A fake American citizen, Jake. A fake American citizen performing who publicly hates America. I cannot support that. Do y'all remember that part where I showed you Bad Bunny saying I hate America? Because I don't remember that part. But dude, impossible for these people not to sound like idiots. I don't think Jake Paul can manage it. Logan Paul responded. I love, some people are pointing out he lives in Puerto Rico. Hold. Shh. Don't spoil. It's really funny. It's not funny, but it's really funny. Logan Paul says, I love my brother, but I don't agree with this. Puerto Ricans are Americans, and I'm happy they were given the opportunity to showcase the talent that comes from the island. Now, if you're reading that and you're like, oh, rare Logan Paul W, stop clapping. Put those hands down. Don't you dare applaud this man. I made that mistake years and years and years ago. It was one of the biggest mistakes in my life. I looked so stupid. Don't ever believe that Logan Paul having a good take on anything is actually coming from any sort of goodwill. It ain't. In fact, what am I doing? Why do I have two windows open at the same time? Okay. In fact, Logan could just as easily be described as a MAGA influencer. If I go to his posts and I sort by most popular, yeah, here he is talking about, oh, you should be anti-racist and this, that, the other. And then you scroll down a little bit and we're out here glazing Donald Trump. Just a mere 4 years later. Logan, brother, to survive an assassination attempt by mere millimeters and then stop your Y'all all Trumpy over here. So Logan does not get any kudos. He doesn't get a single half a kudo for his response. That's a cold take that anybody should be able to say. Anyways, after this and after people were, like Jake Paul, this is the dumbest response of all time. He tries to pull a, guys, I love Bad Bunny. I don't know what happened on my Twitter last night. WTF, which was obviously just not even worth taking seriously. And then I guess he did go back and try to clarify, but it's funny, his clarification is actually even stupider than him pretending like he was hacked. So he says, to clarify, I wasn't calling anyone a fake citizen because they're from Puerto Rico. I live in Puerto Rico and I love Puerto Rico. No, you love the tax benefits of living in Puerto Rico, but you hate the people there. And that's really disturbing. People like you are so very dangerous. People like you are so very, very dangerous. But anyways, I love Puerto Rico. I've used my platform to support Puerto Rico time and time again and will always do so. You didn't move there because you love Puerto Rico. We ain't stupid, Jake. But if you're publicly criticizing ICE, who are doing their job, and openly hating on America, I'm going to speak on it, period. That's the same reason I called out Hunter Hess. So it's not because he didn't realize that Puerto Ricans are still American citizens, which I promise you he didn't realize that Puerto Ricans are still American citizens. It's actually Bad Bunny is a fake American because he was criticizing ICE, who is murdering people in the streets, as is responsible for the deaths of multiple people. But at this point, it doesn't even have anything to do with immigration. It's just pure unadulterated violence. Calling that out and saying, oh, that makes me uncomfortable is enough to make you un-American in Jake Paul's eyes. Anyways, if you benefit from a country and the platform it gives you, but publicly disrespect it at the same time, that's what I mean by being a fake citizen. And I agree, love is more powerful than hate. I love America. The thing is, even if Bad Bunny did come out here on a really super aggressive and vitriolic screw ICE campaign, he would be very justified in doing so. I think this idea that we have to love our country, it sends me. I was definitely taught this in school for sure. Like, you got to stand and put your hand over your heart for the national anthem, and you got to respect this, that, the other. I really only have to love my people. That's the thing that I've learned as an adult. I don't have to love this country at all. America as an idea is a horrible place. There's nothing wrong with being anti-it. There's nothing wrong with being anti-American. But like, dude, this is such an embarrassing statement. This is sad. This is just sad, man. Someone said calling out the tyrannical government is the most American thing you can do. Yeah, no, like I like what America actually represents to me. The fake idea of America that we were sold is a really cool concept, actually. It's really neat to think that, like, oh, you can, build a life or this, that, the other. Again, is not a real thing. I rock with America in a vacuum, but yeah, no, this idea that you're a bad citizen for essentially demanding better from your country makes no sense whatsoever. I think you're actually a bad American if you are okay with this current administration, to be honest, because they're making us look crazy. They're making us look so bad. Listen, America does a good job looking so bad by itself. Take a look at our history. It's not good. But the way that people internationally have been talking about America recently, it's always been not great. But recently, people are following us, not just because what happens here unfortunately affects a lot of other people, but just because everything looks so stupid. If you're okay with this representing you, you are an op. You're the worst thing that could happen for America. You shouldn't want this. Anyways, someone said that it doesn't represent real Americans. Yeah, I believe that there are actually real Americans, but it has nothing to do with your race, and it has nothing to do with your, I don't know, like class. It has nothing to do with this. It really is a mindset that is a beautiful thing, but it's just been so corrupted. And I feel the same way about Christianity, but if I start talking about it, then they finna get mad. They finna get mad at me. They're gonna be mad. I don't want them to be mad, chat. I don't think the average Christian would get offended by me saying, actually, poll. Average Christian, are you offended by me saying Christianity as it is understood in the mainstream is a bastardization of what Jesus was actually telling us to do? And that to properly apply the principles in that darn book, you can't just do it in the way that we are taught in your average church, because it's actually pretty hateful. That's how I feel about Christianity. I don't think that's disrespectful. I have a lot of respect for what's in the Bible. So much, in fact, that Christians piss me off to no end. I wish they would just stop calling themselves Christians. Start another religion. If you're trying to do this homophobic garbage, go be the cult that you truly are and leave the awesome, neat ideas of Christianity to people who actually want to practice love But anyways, anyways, someone said not disrespectful, you ate. Thank you. I don't disrespect religions. I really don't. There's some beautiful, beautiful ideas in the Bible. Spirituality is a beautiful thing. It really is. I'm not going to start getting weird or weepy or anything, but it meant a lot to me. It did. It really did. It meant a lot to me. It was everything to me. And for one period, it was the only reason I was still here, because I did believe in something bigger than me, I guess. And so that's why it hurts when then I'm also over here being this, and you have people using that very thing that meant so much to you to try to exclude you, or, you know, I don't know, be hateful to other people and stuff like this. Nah, fam, it's painful. It's really painful. Someone said get weepy, get woo woo. You know, it is my stream, honestly. If I want to cry, I'm gonna cry. But no, I don't want to cry today. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, it is that big of a deal. Honestly, like, even though this is a lighthearted topic, it still made me sad, dude. It just makes me sad, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. That's how I feel. Even though I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. I'm really just trying to focus on the stupid elements and keep it lighthearted, because parts of this are funny objectively in a vacuum, but I'm just like, damn, he really just went up there and said, we are all in this together, and diversity essentially is inclusion of all people. And people hate this so much that they're starting their own halftime shows or getting called out by the president of the country that I live in. And I'm just like, brother, please. What should be universal takes ever being treated as some form of extremism is painful. It's painful, man. Anyways, moving on. I'm trying to move on. Someone said, you love D'Angelo. It is that big of a deal. No, it is. And also, it's not about me. That's the thing I really want to reiterate is like, don't turn this into the, oh my God, D'Angelo's like working so... It's literally all of us. Everyone I talk to is just so tired. I just feel like I'm taking on sometimes this general tiredness of the topics I'm talking about, or it's just like, we're all so tired. I bet you are tired of hearing about America. Let me know if I'm putting words in your mouth. If you're in another country, I would imagine this is just tiring for you. Not least of which because things that happen here don't happen in a vacuum and can also affect other places. But like, I'm tired, boss. I'm tired. I'm over it. I'm crashing out. I'm not crashing out. I'm serving. Because that's the thing. I was still finna look good. Like, I was still going to eat. It's very important to still make sure that you're serving, even during, like, in the face of horrible oppression. Make sure that you're eating. It's a mentality. It's not even about the way that you look. Be like, oh, y'all hate me and I'm beautiful. This is wild. Y'all honestly hate me because you could never be this. I shift back into thinking, like, actually, I'm really the one. I'm literally him. I won't say hate is understandable. It's never okay. But wow, I would hate not being me too, honestly. And then I'm like, I can do this. I can do this. Then I'm like, you know what? I can do this. I'm like, y'all hate Bad Bunny, honestly, because y'all wish you were him. Many of you do wish that you seemed that cool, but you don't. And that's okay. Cry about it forever. Bad Bunny was on that halftime Super Bowl stage serving. I'm in this video talking about it, serving. All of you are serving right now. So that's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing that actually matters. I mean, other things matter, but I'm being facetious. Real Housewives of Orange County, New York City, Atlanta, New Jersey. This is a reality television show. I think it might have even gone global at this point. I don't even know. But I guess we also got some deeply important reactions to Bad Bunny's performance from some of the alums from Real Housewives. In general, we got this incredible review from one Jill Zared, who had this to say: And the reason I'm showing this is not because I think that this person is relevant in any way. It's more so this is a good encapsulation of how people were reacting to Bad Bunny's show. Okay, wait, I might have to turn this up.
So we all agree. Now we all agree.
Oh my God, it actually has good audio. That's crazy. It has decent audio. Okay.
So we all agree. Now we all agree. I agree. I said it before that it was the worst halftime show ever, and it's 250 years that we're celebrating right now in the United States. And I just don't think it was appropriate to have it in Spanish. And quite frankly, I didn't need to see him grabbing his, G area.
Worst halftime ever. Speaking Spanish during our 250-year celebration. Are we celebrating that? That's news to me. She's hitting every single point. Think of the kids. He's grabbing his G area. Jill, can I call you Jill? Like, you're gonna have to try a little harder to make this sound like you actually had a real issue with this. He's grabbing his G area. She sounds like my grandma. Okay, it's fine.
I think it was totally inappropriate. You've got all these young kids watching the Super Bowl, and he doesn't have to be grabbing himself every 5 seconds. Is he so insecure? Seriously, I didn't understand it. I don't speak Spanish. I would have liked to have known the words he was saying. To me, it looked like a political statement because there were literally no white people in the entire thing.
Hold on. Let's start with the children before I get to there were no white people in the entire thing. Whenever they say, oh, think of the children, think of the children, think of the children. I did. I just don't care about them at all. I think that's where I am right now in the think of the children discourse. Think of the children, D'Angelo. I did. That's all. It doesn't matter. As far as this idea that there were no white people there, this might surprise some of you. Y'all might be shocked. Okay. Let's see. So there was this little known singer who came out and gave, honestly, an amazing performance while dancing and singing, Lady Gaga. Now, I hope this doesn't come across as like a super hot take, but she's white. So, she was on stage, brother. There were no white people anywhere in the entire thing. Did you even watch it? Honestly, did you watch it with both of your eyes open? What are we talking about?
I think it was a political statement, and I'm not taking a side one way or the other. I just do. I think it was an ICE thing. And I just think that the NFL sold out, and it's very sad because this was 75 years, and, shame. Shame. And Lady Gaga got a facelift. I didn't recognize her. I literally had to Google her face to see who it was.
Now, hold on. You just said there was no white people. Okay, hold on. But that's fine. So you saw Lady Gaga there. You didn't recognize her. Chat, who else would this be? Who? I'm sorry. The moment, I didn't even see her all the way, because if I remember correctly, it starts off pretty zoomed out. And I was like, Lady Gaga! That's Lady Gaga! I didn't even see her. Why lie? Why project? Why project about this facelift thing? Chat, it doesn't come across very well.
Like, we all couldn't agree who it was. So that was kind of fun in the middle of halftime. At least it gave me something to do because it was so hard to watch.
It didn't get any better than this, chat. It didn't get there was nothing else here. After all this speculation about, oh, Bad Bunny's gonna burn a flag, Bad Bunny's gonna wear a dress, Bad Bunny's gonna do all of these horrible things, the most that people could say was, oh my God, he was shaking his hips, people were throwing it back on stage, and there could have been children there. oh my God, the lyrics to his songs have adult lyrics in them, and they weren't censored. Oh, suddenly we love censorship. Interesting. Yeah, no, I was like, I was curious as to how this was going to play out. I wanted to know. Now that it's happened and it was nothing like what y'all said it was going to be, what are you going to have to say about it? All you can do is rant. It wasn't just the one Real Housewives star for some unknown reason to me. You also have, I guess this would be Taylor Armstrong, whichever Real Housewives she's from. And she posts this image. Were you entertained? I am embarrassed for the NFL and Apple for the Super Bowl halftime show, totally in Spanish with a Cuban flag. Who's gonna tell her? I'm not gonna tell her. It's not gonna be me. I'm not gonna tell her. That being said, there were hella flags. There were hella flags on the stage for sure. Like, let's see. If I just do Bad Bunny Super Bowl. God, I cannot type today. Flags. He had hella people streaming out with all kinds of different beautiful flags and stuff like that. So, but I don't believe she saw the Cuban flag when he pulled out all those flags. I don't think she saw that. I think she thinks that Bad Bunny is from Cuba. I'm sorry. I can't help. I refuse to believe she saw the Cuban flag and that's what she's reacting to. There's no way, because he was holding a Puerto Rican flag. This is so painful. This is so painful. Also, if you're wondering, like, who is this lady, D'Angelo? Please stop showing us the most random people ever. It's her. I'm so sad. It's this lady. I use this image all the time. She's just yelling at this cat in this meme. Not the lady yelling at cat, revealing herself to be an absolute clown. I'm sad. That's unfortunate. Someone said the education system in this country is sad. Yeah, it's beyond sad. Beyond sad. Yeah, I see a lot of sadness right now over the... I hate to break it to you. The lady yelling at a cat sucks. That doesn't mean the meme is bad. I mean, you know, it's still a funny image. But yeah, I got so like, no. Anyways, who else's reactions do I want to go over? Oh, the president. How could I forget? So President Trump had this to say. Oh, God. Do I really have to read all this? No. The Super Bowl halftime show was absolutely terrible. One of the worst ever. It makes no sense. It's an affront to the greatness of America. It doesn't represent our standards of success, creativity, or excellence. Nobody understands the words. I can't. I'm dying. I'm about to start sounding like Danica Patrick in the beginning. I'm losing my ability to speak English, not because Bad Bunny was singing in Spanish, but because the people who are mad about it are so dumb. My brain cells are eroding in real time. Nobody understands a word this guy is saying. Pot, meat, kettle. And the dancing is disgusting, especially for young children that are watching from throughout the USA and all over the world. This show is just a slap in the face to our country, which is setting new standards and records every single day, including the best stock market and 401k in history. There is nothing inspirational about this mess of a halftime show, and watch, it will get great reviews from the fake news media because they haven't got a clue of what is going on in the real world. More projection. The implication that, okay, never mind, it's fine. And by the way, the NFL should immediately replace its ridiculous new kickoff rule, Make America Great Again, President Donald J. Trump. Brother, why did he do a sponsorship though? Hold on, why did he start doing an ad read? Because that was kind of smooth. Hold on a split second. Hold on. He was like, oh yeah, I'm really mad about this thing. I'm really mad about this thing. By the way, the United States is setting new standards and records every single day, including the best stock market in 401k in history. Use my code to become an American citizen today, unless you're not white, in which case, sucks to suck. No, this is hilarious. It's not funny at all, but Lord Almighty. Oh, wait, I have one more reaction. You'll never guess who decided to weigh in. Someone said his wife's movie was terrible. Oh, we talked about that at our last stream, in my last video. I put that up yesterday. So somebody posted online after the show. I think it's safe to say they need me, referring to the Super Bowl with like this little smug emoji. Do you know who posted that? Chris Brown. Chris Brown was like, this is my chance. Bad Bunny, screw you. Well, he didn't say much, but he's like, oh, everyone's mad at Bad Bunny. This is my chance to make an entrance. I think it's safe to say they need me to retire, to log off, to go into hiding. Yes, I do need you to do those things, Chris, but Lord Almighty, please just shut up. Go away. I what in the world? Someone said that abuser. Yeah, no, it's an absolute no from me, dog. No Chris Brown. What's the word I'm looking for? Just ignoring all the things that he's done to multiple people, by the way. Insanity. Someone said go retire. Yes, please. I think it's safe. Someone said no, it's not. It's not safe with Chris Brown around. Please. It's not even funny. This guy really, really sucks. But yeah, you got the worst of the worst. A who's who of the most irrelevant people clinging on to any shred of relevance. And I'm saying this as someone who is proudly more irrelevant than everyone I just mentioned. But Lord, at least I know it. God. I wanted to show you, like, okay, we're talking about a lot of celebrities. I mean, that word is doing a lot of heavy lifting for some of these Real Housewives stars. But anyways, what does your average conservative person think about this? Well, all you need to do is head on over to a Glenn Beck video. Don't do that. Actually, I have so much smoke. I have so much smoke for Glenn Beck. This man almost ruined my life. I heard so much of this man when I was a child growing up in Texas. If y'all ever hear me say, oh yeah, I was indoctrinated by conservatism as a child, it was him. Let me show you the trifecta. Actually, it was more than just him. It was Glenn Beck. It was this dude right here. Bro, this dude, log off. He needs to go. He's been the worst. It was this dude right here. Oh my God. Sorry. Bill O'Reilly. Hey, it's Bill O'Reilly. No. Log off. Another candidate for someone who needs to disappear. And then also, I guess this guy isn't really too much of, I misspelled his name, isn't really too much of a problem now because he's a little bit dead. But Rush Limbaugh as well. Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Bill O'Reilly, Glenn Beck, all the time, just yapping it up on every radio. Hours and hours and hours of these crusty men speaking that happened to me, a beautiful black child. Bro, I hated myself. I hated everything. It was so bad. What did I do to deserve this as my foray into political commentary when I was actually like 8? Anyways, moving on. All you really have to do is go to a Glenn Beck comment section where he's just making the same argument of like, oh my God, Bad Bunny and his dancers, they were like throwing it back. Bad Bunny in his G area, there could have been kids there. And you've got all these people in the comments. I mean, many of these people may be bots, but all these people in the comments, the Super Bowl halftime hasn't been family friendly for a long time. Jay-Z has run the Super Bowl for the last 10 years. Stop spending your money. Boycott Jay-Z in the NFL. Well, boycotting Jay-Z in the NFL might be fine, actually. I'm not going to be like, no, give the NFL your money, support Jay-Z. But obviously they're just saying this because they're racist. This is absolutely disgusting and embarrassing. Wow, has America set the bar so low? The NFL commissioner insisted on parading Bad Bunny perversion on America's biggest stage. Sickening, sickening, he says. Americans need to Bud Light the NFL, stop funding the NFL. Pure filth. Oh, we always got one of these. We always got one of these. As a Brazilian and Latin American, this person does not represent me. This vulgar culture is not mine. If I roll my eyes any further back, they might not come back down. They might not come back down. Why is it always somebody who either is or is claiming to be, oh yeah, I'm part of this group and I agree with all of you crusty people being crusty about this. Bro, don't mess with me. 50-50 chance this person is not what they're saying they are. And if they are, that doesn't make it any better. It's like neither option is good. Anyways, well, going on and on and on. The NFL doesn't want you as a fan anymore. They've been giving the American people the finger for several years, put these groups out of business, etc. We get the point. Oh, we got Bad Bunny's music is garbage. I mean, you're entitled to that opinion for sure. But like, brother, it's looking bad. It's looking bad. It's looking bad for y'all. Also, can we please talk about the goalpost moving? So they really thought I was going to let y'all forget. They really thought I was going to let them forget. I believe the vast majority of the criticism of the then he does the show, and what is it? Actually a celebration of joy and inclusion of all kinds of diverse people. And now it has shifted to, well, actually it was inappropriate because children could have been there and everyone was just too good at dancing. They were getting too lit. That's what I hate maybe the most about conservative commentary. Yeah, it might be the most. Just the complete lack of accountability. No one, the lack of consistency. It really bothers me. It bothers me so badly. If I was to say something in a video and then I was wrong, which has happened, and then I have to later say I was wrong about that thing, I don't get the luxury of just being like, actually, let's just never mention this thing I was wrong. I'm going to try to pretend like I was saying something else. And then that can be the new thing. Because I can never, ever let go of this idea. Like, I just, what makes this misinformation so impossible to actually combat is no one ever sticks to their story when it comes to conservative commentators. You can just lie. And then when you're wrong, say you said something else. And that was the real problem, and move on to the next outrage of the week. And it would almost be not that big of a deal if the outrage in question wasn't manifesting as racism or xenophobia or all of these other things. If you're having audio issues, refresh the page. Refresh the page. Please do. Yeah, you should be fine. You should all be able to hear me. Yeah, as someone said, refresh worked. Refresh the page. If you can't hear me, everybody should be able to hear me. It's not me. It's not me. I'm going to give y'all 10 more seconds to refresh the page, and then I'm going to keep yapping. It's all just dog whistles, and my ears hurt, boss. Yeah, no, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. All right, everybody's back. Yay. Someone said I never have audio issues because I'm a true fan and also on Ethernet. Yeah, no, it is like, actually, You know what's really funny? If I was a conservative commentator right now, I would literally be like, YouTube is silencing me. YouTube is silencing me, a black conservative who I agree that Bad Bunny is vulgar. I can't even do a Candace Owens impersonation because I don't watch her. But pretend I'm impersonating Candace Owens. YouTube is trying to silence me. Did you see how YouTube just booted off my audio for half of my dedicated viewers? YouTube doesn't want the truth getting out that Bad Bunny is vulgar trash. It's just, imagine living this way, man. Imagine living this way. It's so painful. But anyways, looking at my outline, what did we talk about today? How Bad Bunny is objectively one of the biggest artists alive, and therefore it made sense that he would be performing at the Super Bowl, especially what with him being an American citizen. And people trying to say, oh, it's un-American because he's going to be performing in Spanish. We looked at his anti-ICE advocacy, which is part of his larger political leanings that are throughout all of his music. People getting mad over AI stuff, how he criticized ICE during the Grammys win. We talked about Turning Point USA announcing their replacement halftime show featuring Kid Rock, who's an absolute slime ball. MAGA picking this as their outrage of the week, and even the president getting involved and saying, oh, I'm not going to watch this. We looked at the performances. Well, I didn't play the performances because I don't want copyright issues, but we kind of took a look at the symbolism and the overall message of the performance, which I thought was great. We did not take a look at the Turning Point USA performance because there's no way I could actually put myself through that. No matter how much many views there are to be gleaned, I just can't do it. We went ahead and took a look at the reactions coming from the Paul brothers, which nobody asked, Real Housewives stars, which nobody asked for, Chris Brown, Donald J. Trump. I think that's essentially it. Yeah. Anybody got anything else? Got anything else, y'all? Let me know before I close it out. So I didn't miss anything. It was boring. Yeah, no, bro, I do not want to watch that Turning Point thing. I know I didn't miss anything, but thank you for telling me. I am not doing it. You need to go up against Trisha Paytas speed reading. Oh my God, no. I'm not typically good at talking fast. I can talk fast about things that I already know, but when it comes to me trying to read new information, it's bad. The wedding. Oh, okay. Yeah. I can talk about the wedding. I didn't get super into it, but it was a really cool thing. Couple gets married at Super Bowl. Okay, so let me make this bigger. I keep trying to make the Super Bowl one word, and it's not. So during his performance, Bad Bunny had this couple out there, and they fully got married. At the end of the performance, they were wedded. It was officiated. Look at this. As the music played, a real wedding took place on stage. After inviting Bad Bunny to attend their wedding, the couple was instead invited to be part of the Apple Music halftime show where they were married live, with him serving as a witness and signing the marriage certificate. Imagine being mad at this. That's the thing. You were up there trying to get turned to Kid Rock. And instead, over here, you have all of this real, actual love taking place. It was nothing but happiness. Also, personally, I gotta drink some water. Hold on. I think that this is one of the most underrated ways of resisting. I think I probably include this in the video. I think a lot of people, I see a lot, and I've talked about this before. People asking like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? You know, like the seemingly powerlessness that people feel in the face of this administration. There are many things that you can do that are actual, you know, change making and just advocacy. There are places you can donate. There are places that you can show up. There are protests that you can go to. There are people that you can call. But in addition to those things, you can also just be really happy and have a good time. I'm telling you right now that this is a valid form of resistance because it's not easy to do and it still pisses people off. I can't explain to you how angry the opposition gets when you dare to find whatever joy that you can. Now, I'm not saying go be fake happy. If you go through a 24-hour period and you weren't feeling that joy, it's okay. You don't got to force it. I'm just saying when you actually do feel it and you're like, you know what? I'm going to hang on to this happy moment. You are also resisting. And it's very important. Please keep doing it. Please keep doing it. It's so important. Someone said love, art, and humor will be our fuel for resistance. Exactly. You have to do all of the things. You have to be politically active for sure to the best of your ability. And also within the ranges of your mental health, you know, and your physical health and all these things. But like, it's also quite enough to just be like, I'm finna surf today. Joy is revolutionary. Exactly. All right, what else we got? Thank you for mentioning the wedding. I had looked into it. Again, like a lot of really, really, really cool things took place during this Super Bowl halftime show. I don't want to break it down because there were actually, here, I can redirect you to some sources. Essentially, if you were to just go to like Bad Bunny Super Bowl symbolism, there were many people who are familiar with Puerto Rican culture and all kinds of like historical references. I don't know why I went to images, who were just breaking it down bit by bit, explaining things. I saw so many subject matter experts like popping in. I was genuinely shook. The bushes, yeah, the bushes were like people. Did y'all see that? Hold on. If I Google Super Bowl bush people, is that a weird thing to Google? I hope not. Yeah, there were fully people in the bushes, which was just amazing. What it was like to be a bush at Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance. It's like, in comparison, this turning point thing that they tried to do was so lazy. Just so lazy. Oh, we're gonna get up there and we're gonna like strum along to some boring songs about America is awesome, which isn't even a real message. It doesn't mean anything because America is not real. And instead, over here on the Super Bowl stage, you have all this work being put in, all these talented people, actors, performers, dancers, singers, all the choreography, everybody just looking like they're having a blast. Also, by the way, if you were curious as to like, oh, what was everyone getting so mad over about Think of the Kids? It's this right here. Look how awful this is. Someone said they were sugarcane people. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they had sugarcane out. I don't want to. Can you misgender a bush? I don't want to misgender a bush. Identifying as sugarcane. I respect that. By the way, this is the horrible, vulgar performance that people were mad about. The existence of dancers dancing. I'm sorry. Honestly, even if there was actual like wild things happening on stage, I wouldn't care anyway. But when I tell you, it was so tame. It was genuinely so tame. Someone said love can't let kids see that. Yeah, no, this is disgusting. Look, this man is holding this woman. People touching each other. Gotta go. Gotta go. Anyways, what else we got? What else we got? Someone said the Puppy Bowl from Animal Planet had more viewers than the Turning Point USA Kid Rock Bowl. Honestly, like, I didn't even get into the numbers of it all because they're botting. They're botting. I can't prove it, so I can't really make this point in a video. But I can definitely say in a live stream, bots are such a big part of the conservative agenda. Like, I know that I don't care how I sound. I need to stop disclaiming myself. AI is a big part of the conservative agenda, and so are bots, trying to give the illusion of, oh yeah, we're all really in this together. Don't believe however many views Turning Point USA is telling you they got. And even at that, it still wasn't as many as all these other celebrations are getting. Reading chat. Someone said thoughts on Caleb Hammer drama. No one is talking about it. I think I've given plenty of thoughts. What else do we got? Someone said those AI commercials. Okay, hold on. We'll talk about the commercials after. I'll record an outro and we can talk about the commercials. Is there anything else that you want me to talk about? Someone said drink water. Bro, I've been drinking water. I'm drinking so much water. If I drink any more water, I'm gonna like pop. But you're right. Water's a good thing. All right. I'm not seeing too many other topics. I think we've mostly covered it. Again, I tried to just keep this one lighthearted. It's not a simple story. Everyone was just really awful. And they looked stupid when Bad Bunny went up there and had fun. Cat's Eye commercial. We can talk about the commercials after. Someone said he responded. He didn't respond. Did you talk about the light poles? Okay. Now we're really getting into the weeds. We're getting into the bushes. Someone said, I think you got the biggest points. I think so too. All right. Everyone say bye. Everyone say bye. Goodbye to YouTube. We're going to record an outro here. But I'm not ending the stream. I'm going to start using language. It sounds like I'm leaving. I'm not leaving, just for the video so I can edit it and put it up tomorrow. Anyways, but yeah, there, as I said, were a lot of really cool, there's a lot of really cool analysis you could do into the show itself, but I mostly wanted to talk about the way people were responding to it, the absolute toothlessness. If you were wondering, oh, why are people so mad about this? For no reason, no valid reason. Anyway, hopefully you never have to think about Turning Point USA or Kid Rock ever again. I know I will definitely try not to, but yeah, this video was actually recorded live right here on YouTube, where I stream quite frequently, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern. Unless I don't. In which case, I've just decided to probably sleep, if I'm being honest. I don't know. Really, it's on you, not me. But yeah, hopefully I see you in the next stream or the next video. And if not, it doesn't really matter at all. Okay, bye. All right, bet. All right, bet. Bro. It's not even just the Super Bowl commercials. Okay? I think commercials have gotten worse in general. It's not just the Super Bowl commercials. It is them for sure. What bothers me is I don't really know how to explain it in a way that makes sense. But I feel like there's this new way. Someone said I just got here. Oh, sorry. Well, you missed the main topic, but don't worry, because I'm still going to be streaming for actually a little while. Okay. There have always been stupid commercials when I was a kid. Mini commercials were just dumb. And it was that way on purpose so you could remember them. But I feel like the prevalence of stupid commercials, or the punchline of a commercial being that it's like dumb or weird, it's so much more than it used to be. People did actually kind of used to try to make good commercials. Now, granted, it's all just advertising, so it's not, that good in the first place. But like nowadays, the average commercial is just a celebrity cameo, something that doesn't make sense visually, and then the tagline of whatever they're promoting at the end. And I'm over it. Someone said those commercials lack substance and humor. Yeah. The Super Bowl commercials just made it more apparent how low quality commercials are. That's how I feel personally. Yeah, the few I saw were bad, but that's because everything is bad. It's not cool. Someone said well covered. Why, thank you. I tried. What else we got? The Romanticy Napoleon commercial weirds me out. Ew. Oh, speaking of not Napoleon, I just started seeing like old-timey historical stuff. Did y'all see that horrible AI United States history thing that Darren Aronofsky is trying to do? It's so bad. Hold on. Aronofsky AI America. Okay. This is so cringe. We're not gonna watch this because there's no reason to do that. Oh, it's big. That's large. Why Darren Aronofsky thought an AI generated historical docudrama was a good idea. This is so... Why are we here? Why are we still here? Just to suffer? That's how I felt about that. Someone said it looks so bad. It looks so bad. I'm not even going to bother finding it, but there's this one part where like someone pulls out a paper and then the text on the paper says 3 different things in like a almost 1 second span, because AI is not art at all, but it can't generate a movie, dude, a docudrama. That's not going to happen. A series? No. And why are you doing this? Who asked for this? Have you read any Russian lit? Oh, he was German. No, he was from... Okay. He wasn't Russian. Have I read? He was Czech. Wait, was he German or Czech? He was German. Okay, sorry. I was like, I read Kafka, and then I was like, I don't think that's Russian literature. Who writes the short stories? There's this one author who wrote really good short stories. I swear to God. Author known. Oh, I read War and Peace. I don't know why I'm Googling anything. I fully read the entire book of War and Peace by Tolstoy. So yes, I have read Russian literature. As far as Dostoevsky, I've tried to get into him a little bit, but I haven't like continued that attempt. But yes, and when I say I read War and Peace, I literally mean I read every single word, all of it, for some reason. Chekhov? Yeah, was Chekhov Russian? Please don't laugh at me. Please, 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 please. Don't laugh at me. Hey, let's go. Okay. That's my Russian lit right there. Because I don't super love... Well, I wouldn't say I don't super love Tolstoy, but I wasn't just feeling like super like, yeah, into it. But Chekhov's short stories, I was like, oh, these are eating. I was eating them up. So if he's a good example of Russian lit, then yes, I was a big fan of the short stories I read. Someone said the gambling commercials during the Super Bowl. Man. Did y'all see what Drake did? If the answer is no, that means you're living a good life. Drake bets $1 million. So the two teams playing at the Super Bowl, who I don't remember, the Seahawks and someone else, the Patriots, I guess. Drake was like, yeah, I'm finna bet $1 million sports betting, gambling on the Patriots to win. And they didn't. So that's insane. But actually, like, just this idea of Drake is promoting gambling nowadays a lot for some reason. A bunch of people are promoting gambling 24/7. It's taking all these different forms as well. Nobody ever wants to call it gambling anymore. Do y'all notice that? Do you notice how it's like, oh no, actually, we're doing sports betting. It's sports betting. Do you notice how it's like, oh, actually, we're doing prediction markets? Prediction markets is something that we're doing now. All of this is gambling and being promoted to everybody 24/7. It's insane to me. It truly is the normalization. I feel it's a renormalization of gambling that I've noticed happening, where you want to call it 50 different things. Yes, obviously sports betting has always existed, but like now it's something that it's cool for someone like Drake to promote to all of us. I don't like it at all. Reading chat. Someone says should have given us the million instead. Literally, you could have done anything with this $1 million. And it's actually really sad too, because I'm going to tell a story about somebody. Just someone I was talking to who I don't know super well. They were like, oh, I bet, I don't know, $100 or something on the Patriots winning, I think. No, they bet on the Seahawks. And they're like, I won $200 or whatever. They were like, I should have bet more, but I was kind of scared to because it was my first bet. And I was like, you shouldn't have bet anything. You should have bet nothing. And they were like, oh, well, yeah, I mean, you're kind of right, but it's not really betting. It's just this thing that like Robinhood does called prediction markets. And that's what I did. And I'm like, this is why this is harmful. This is why this is harmful. Because just not being clear to people about what they're getting into and misleading them in this way, it just seems so malicious to me personally. Someone said Mr. Beast jump scare. Speaking of Mr. Beast, by the way, did you see that he bought an entire banking app? Which I'm just giving all the side eye. I'm giving the entire side eye to this. Mr. Beast acquires teen-focused banking app Step through Beast Industries. What is a teen-focused banking app? First of all, I don't know what that actually means. I bet The Verge is going to try to lock me out of this article. Oh, wow. No, they're actually letting me read it. This is weird. Something about this. I don't know. Someone said gambling is way out of hand. I mean, that's the thing too, is like, you can literally do whatever you want with your money. I'm not advocating for you shouldn't have the ability to lose $1 million if that's up to you. I'm more so saying rich people doing things like this publicly and partnering with all of these like online gambling, crypto gambling stuff that we're doing now, and convincing people who absolutely don't have this money to lose that this is a cool thing to do and a way that you could possibly win money. That's what I have a problem with. Anyways, yeah, so for some reason that I don't know, Mr. Beast's company purchased this platform that already has investors like, I guess, Josh Richards and Charlie D'Amelio. And I'm like, what is he doing? What is your goal? It says he wants to start a new YouTube channel.
Financial, like yeah.
I'm not even gonna let this play. I can't even really listen to Mr. Beast. Actually, speaking of Mr. Beast, did y'all see he was on Hot Ones? Wait, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Hot Ones, Mr. Beast. Bro, I wanted to react to this so bad. I was like, this would be the easiest reaction video ever. Just a little tiny bit of reaction content. I'm not like, you know, disadvantaging a smaller creator. First We Feast's having 15 million subscribers, Mr. Beast being the most subscribed guy or whatever. They'll live if I react to this. This will be such easy content. I couldn't even do it. There's just something really, really odd. There's something really odd about Mr. Beast. I can't do it. It's not possible. I don't know what it is. I really don't. I can't do it, man. Reading chat. Someone said nobody wanted to see him on there. It ruined the show for me. The comments were not happy. The comments were mad. Jimmy's doing this interview like he's in a Microsoft Teams meeting. Watching Sean try to extract a genuine human emotion out of a walking algorithm is the real challenge here. Comment section 100 times more entertaining than the episode. Yeah, I don't even know if anybody watched this and was like, this was a great episode. Awesome job, First We Feast. Someone said he always seemed AI to me. He definitely, like, man, I don't know. I think, like, too, on the one hand, I don't have any sympathy for him. I was going to say, some people just have awkward smiles, right? I have two smiles. I have, like, this smile. This is a genuine-ish enough smile. I think I smile naturally when I'm talking. But, like, I also have a really bad awkward smile. Like, sometimes it's the eyes. It's all in the eyes. I forget to use my eyes when I smile, so it's just like, and then I look like I'm being held hostage. But I don't think that's exactly what's going on here. I don't think that's exactly what's going on here. I think there is truly something lacking. That there's something. It's not cool to sound like a conspiracy theorist. get the ick. So I didn't watch this because I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. I did. This is genuine. This is not good. Anyway, I'm thinking of that Roblox comment again. Don't remind me of the Roblox face. You just did. Oh my God. Anyways, what else we got? Same vibes as Zuckerberg? No, for real though. Zuckerberg is also like, there's just something off there. There's something, no, it's not it for me. So yeah, I have solidarity with awkward smilers, but I don't have any shred of, oh, I feel sorry for Mark Zuckerberg or Mr. Beast. Not even a little bit, man. Reading chat. Jeff Bezos. Why is it always people who are like this rich as well that have this look to them? It's very strange. It's very, like, it doesn't connect. No, you understand. That's the thing. Like you see somebody and they have a little awkward smile or whatever. You might think to yourself, oh, that's kind of cute. That's not how it comes across. It is more so like there is something that a smile should be conveying, and it ain't conveying that. It's not. Connecting is a really good word. The smile isn't connected to what, bro, it's so weird. And I'm neurodivergent as hell. Sometimes my face don't connect either. And that is still not what's going on in these cases. Sometimes I have to put on a human disguise. That's not even the problem here. Anyways. Moving on from Mr. Beast, please, for the love of God. But yeah, no, the commercials were not it. The AI promotion, constant AI, everything is not it. The gambling, no. Shoving celebrity cameos into every single advertisement is so unnecessary. Reading chat. Uber rich, powerful people have nobody calling them out. Like, dude, why are you looking like that? Stop it. True. You having somebody to just tell you, yo, stop being weird. It goes a long way. Mike Tyson commercial. I don't want to talk about convicted rapist Mike Tyson in a commercial for, was it Ozempic, by the way? I don't even remember. Maybe it wasn't Ozempic. What was it? Processed food? Kills, eat real food. Okay. I don't make America healthy again. Maha? Bro, I don't wanna. It's a good topic because it seems like it's in my wheelhouse, but I'm like, I don't want to do that personally. It's not it, chief. It was for a government website. Okay, my bad. I said Ozempic. I remember there was like people were talking about ads for Ozempic, AI stuff. I guess we have the government website doing ads as well. I chose not to get into it. I don't want to do it. He said he was eating ice cream every hour. I'm pissed off. I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch it. And if I catch a copyright claim on this live stream, I'm gonna scroll back up and see who recommended me to talk about this and ban them forever.
My sister's name was Denise. She died of obesity at 25. She had a heart attack. I was so fat and nasty, I would eat anything. I was like 345 pounds. A quart of ice cream every hour.
No. She told me. My mama told me. She said, son, in this life, you have to go with your first mind. If there's something that you don't want to do, don't ever let anybody make you feel like you have to do it, because you're going to regret it. This is what she was talking about. Do you know how much happier I would be if I never heard Mike Tyson saying, I was so fat and nasty. I was like 300 pounds. I was eating everything. A tub of ice cream every hour. What is this? Y'all played this during the Super Bowl? No. It's a no from me, dog. It's a no from me, dog. Also, as somebody who used to be fat, the fat phobia has got to go. There's no sort of moral component or anything to having body fat on yourself or whatever. Because let me tell you right now, you probably know where I'm going with this. I was still cute. Ain't nobody fat and nasty. Speak for yourself. This is more about you than it does about actually being fat. Oh my God. This is so cringe. Why would you ever... Yo, the suffering. It was literally 13 seconds. That's the thing too. I don't even think I can watch the 30-second ad of that. I was so fat and nasty. Oh no. Don't. Oh no. I feel that information getting like slotted into the part of my brain that remembers things. No. Somebody said the Dunkin' commercial. Oh, there was a Dunkin' commercial. I'm gonna give y'all 3 strikes. I will allow y'all to persuade me to watch or try to watch 3 commercials. And that was your first strike. So what is the next one that I should do? Because we're not doing more than 3 of this. That was actually painful to me. It hurt. It hurted. It didn't feel good. Someone saying not the Dunkin'. Y'all better don't spam. Because if one person says it 5 times, that's not what I'm looking for. If more than one person says one, I might do it. Melissa McCarthy's. Oh, I talked about that one in the beginning of the stream. I loved that one. Pokemon. I have seen more than one person say Pokemon. Budweiser. All right. Ring. Show us the elf one. Okay. I'm going to start with the Pokemon one because I like Pokemon. So, also, have I ever said how much I hate Nintendo? And that I actually feel like I have a toxic relationship with them. I'm sure I've said it before. Anyways, Pokemon Super Bowl 2026. This better be cute. Wait, this has music in it. Is this a thing? Chad, I can't watch a commercial that has music in it. Okay, hold on. We'll do our best. I'll do my best. Hopefully it's not too much music. What's your favorite?
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Were they just speaking other languages? In a Super Bowl commercial? Ooh. Nobody tell the Real Housewives of New York. They're going to be real mad about this one.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
Moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite.
I'm trying to think if that's a... Oh, did I... I'm moving myself around. What? Bro, put me back. Oh my God. Okay. I just rearranged my whole live set. Did y'all see that? Y'all didn't see nothing. How long was I moved around? Anyways, wait. That was really funny. Look. Now I'm a Pokemon. I have the ability to fly. Anyways. I'm trying to think if Jigglypuff is a valid favorite Pokemon. And I think that that's fair. Yeah. Wait, I can't hear no more. I can't hear. I'm not memeing. I think y'all heard that, right? But I didn't hear it. Why did me moving myself around make it so that I can't hear my computer anymore? Hold on. I'm going to try to fix that. Monitor and output. That was the dumbest thing ever. Okay, we're so back. We are so back, chat. What? Anyways.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every
Wait.
single time you met a new Pokemon,
That's cute. Wait, okay, hold on. The advertising might be working on me. I hate it here.
it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, pero Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
There's homie, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga.
Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So, what's your favorite?
Gengar. Okay, you know what? That was a cute commercial. I'm not finna sit here and listen. I don't rock with Nintendo, not even a little bit. That's not what this is about. But I just don't like to be a cynical hater. It's okay if you hated that. I loved it. It was really cute. Okay. Let's go ahead and talk about my favorite Pokemon though, who would be Gengar. Oh my god, what is this? Whoa. Oh my god. Did we catch? What? Why did Google just let me catch Gengar? That was so dope. Catch the remaining 150 Pokemon by searching their names? I hate that Google does things like this. Do you know how many hours of my life I have lost to just silly little Google doodles or Google browse features or little games, and I'm over here trying to do my work, and then it's like, wait, why have I just remembered like 34 different Pokemon off the top of my head? Oh no, this isn't good for me. We need to close this immediately. Go away, please. Anyways, with that being said, let's go to Gengar's Wikipedia. This is how I identify gender-wise. When I say like, oh, I'm non-binary, I'm a non-binary man or whatever, it can mean different things for different people. But I want you to know I'm being so serious. I could not be any more serious right now. Essentially, ever since I was a child, I have always known that this is pretty much my gender. Gengar, more like gender. You know what I mean? So that's how I feel personally. I'm like, it's really me. That's the one. That's the one right there. Someone said, he said I'm a void. No. Yeah, it's very that. I see a lot of favorite Pokemon in here. Yes, let's go. Someone said, stop, you were a Transformer last week. But that's the thing that's like hard to explain about the non-binary of it all. 1 week, I am Gengar, right? Another week, I am like essentially not Optimus Prime, if I'm being honest, more like Megatron, you know, from the 80s. There's so many ways to experience. Now, this for sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a lot of this. It's like, oh, D'Angelo, what's your pronouns? Don't worry about the pronouns. Y'all don't have pronouns for this. So we'll just stick with he. We'll just stick with he. It makes more sense to most of you. But yeah, that's where I am for sure. Someone said no because I get it. Yes, exactly. Like this serves. I'm like, this is it. This is really it. There's nothing else I could do that would explain how it feels to be, then show you this picture. Anyways. Right. That's also why I don't think I've ever talked about like neo pronouns or stuff like that. Hey, this is my one allotted LGBT topic of the stream. But low key, I rock with neo pronouns so hard. The only reason that I don't use them is because I am completely apathetic to pronouns. I just prefer standardizing it under he, him for me personally, because that's always been the case. And I feel nothing positive or negative when people refer to me as thus, which is why I exclusively use those pronouns. But like when I see people out here and they're like, oh, like it's I go by it pronouns or whatever, or they're like, oh, actually I use like they, them, or I have some like wacky things going on. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense to me. That's understandable. I feel closer to what society considers to be it than I do to he, honestly. It's so funny. It's so funny how everyone's like, oh, I understand most of this, but neopronouns don't make any sense. I'm like, I don't even think they have to make sense because it's not about the sense. It's just about how incredibly specific gender can be for individual people. Someone said I use femme. That is valid. But anyways, with that being said, I think that pronouns are hilarious. That's the thing. I think that like people's individual gender identities, that's not like funny. That's something for me to respect, obviously. But I think my particular gender identity, I just think is like hilarious. That's how I feel. I can't go into more details about that. I think my experience of being non-binary, I just wake up every day and I look at myself and see a man and I'm like, this is so funny that I can just walk out through the world and everybody thinks that I'm this one thing. I'm sorry. I can't take it. I can't take it seriously, but I do. I'm being very serious right now. It sounds like I'm joking or making light of it. I'm being so for real right now. Anyways, that's just my personal experience of gender, is that it has nothing to do with me at all, ever. Someone said my gender today is clown. That's a good one. That's a good one. I think that's pretty great. A lot of people complain about like, there's only two genders, or, you know, there's this, that, the other. What y'all don't realize is there's an infinite number of genders, and it's my goal to be all of them by the end of my lifespan. So if I have to live to age 972,653, and then I'm like, finally, I have been the 17 trillionth gender, then I can die. Until then, nothing is enough for me. More genders, more weird pronouns. Just keep going. Go harder. I'm serious. Anyways, it's also really funny because a long time ago, years and years and years and years ago, I made a video about Blair White, Dark Times. And in that video, I was basically explaining that like, I'm just a cis guy who definitely does not have any weird gender things going on. And I was watching Blair White be transphobic to people because I didn't realize this was transphobia. I thought it was just rational or whatever. And one of the things I had said in that video was like, oh, Blair White is trying to frame, non-binary people as trying to abolish gender and this, that, the other. And I said, oh, like, Blair, this is just bad framing. Like, non-binary people aren't trying to abolish gender. That's so extreme. Like, stop doing this. Fast forward a few years, I'm like, oh no, actually I am. I would be so happy if it happened. Abolishing gender, sign me up. I literally turned into exactly what Blair was criticizing. And it's funny to think that if I wasn't consuming harmful content like that, I could have arrived at these conclusions earlier. But when I say gender abolition would be dope, I don't mean that you should stop respecting people's identity or that I have any sort of political stance or opinion on this. What I mean personally is that, like, if we let go of the idea of what you think gender is, and you just never, ever, ever applied it to another human being in your entire life, we would be happier. If you have in your mind, you think that being, say, a man means something, and then you start judging other people through that lens of what you think being a man is, I think we still lost the plot and we haven't gone hard enough personally. I think I won't be happy until you just are what you are and it's recognized as your own thing. And if that for you means that you are cis, guess what? You haven't been erased in my new genderqueer world that I'm envisioning. Cis people still exist. A lot of people actually identify as their binary gender that they were born as. You get to be free as well. It's just you also get to be free if you're like, I don't even understand what binary gender is, under this sort of idea that I have of what would make me a little bit happier. But yeah, no one ever looking at me and thinking anything about me ever is more accurate than what happens to me as I am right now. So someone said no more gender roles. Exactly. Gender it's so important to people. It's important to cis people. If you're like a cis woman, likely it's important to you in some way. With that being said, can I say something really funny? Actually, I was talking to an older person. I was talking to an older person, like think much older than me. And I was kind of explaining, like, because they were saying like, oh, I don't really understand, what it is to be non-binary. And I was like, that's fine. When people say they don't understand, I'm like, that's fine, because the identity has been erased. People have tried to erase it. It's always existed throughout history, but due to deliberate overlooking or minimization of this is why we don't currently understand it or whatever. But I was like, maybe I can sort of like explain what it means for me, because it's not just one thing. And so I started listing these things about like, yeah, I don't identify as a man per se. I don't really like identify as anything in terms of like gender. And this person was kind of like, oh yeah, I don't do that either. And I was like, that's interesting. And then I was saying, sometimes I feel like I wake up and I'm essentially just putting on like a guy's suit, and then I'm out in the world and people think that this is a guy, but it's just me in the guy's suit and I pretend to be a guy. And the person I was talking to was like, yeah, I feel that way sometimes. And I was like, interesting. When I tell you that they hit every single point of what my experience of being non-gender or non-binary is, at the end of the conversation, I was like, now listen, I'm not going to apply a label to you because that would be a very binary thing to do. I'm just saying, like, it was just really funny. It was just really, 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 really funny that I was like, I think I'm not going to say it. I left it at that. I was like, well, that's really interesting. I was like, I think many, many people have a more binary experience than what you and I seem to be in complete agreement of. But the thing that was going on was that like this person, the label didn't really exist in a widespread context for when they were growing up. And so it's this kind of thing where like, I think this happens to a lot of people where the language doesn't catch up or the language changes. And so things seem super out there and wacky when we have always had people like this. Some people are like this without even realizing because we didn't have the framework to know that the thing that they were existed. But yeah, no, it's really interesting. I support everyone's gender. It's okay to be cis, believe it or not. But also, we're so much less binary than it seems. Reading chat. It's just me in a guy suit. Yeah, this is how I feel. I've used the same metaphor all the time. I'm just in the mecha. Do you all know what a mecha is? El Gato, no signal. I can't show you what a mecha is because my computer's acting up. This is an anime thing, okay? If you don't watch anime, this is about to get really nerdy, and I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry at all. I'm doing the Lord's work. Okay, look. This is a mecha, okay? Like Gundam or Code Geass, right? It's a robot suit that you wear and you pilot it from the inside. Now, usually it's a military weapon, so not great, but you can use a mecha for anything, right? Exploration, space travel, this, that, the other. That's how I feel, for sure. I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm just going to say it. That's not how cis people experience their gender. It's just not. For 20 plus years, I was like, this must be normal since this is how I feel. Like, cis dudes don't walk around feeling like they're wearing cis dude costumes, even though it's still a costume because it's a social construct. But like, when I finally realized that, like, oh my God, this is not a normal, it is normal, but this is not a typical experience. That's when I finally was like, I'm just going to start using the label. I'm going to start doing it. Yeah. But that's just me. Maybe you do walk around feeling like your gender has been a performance your entire life and you're cis, which is fine. I'm just saying, you're definitely allowed to be non-binary, no matter how it manifests. Anyways. Someone said this is my guy suit shirt, but with a Megatron's picture on it. I would wear that just to confuse the heck out of people. For real. All right, that was my one allotted LGBT topic for the stream. We don't just want to like rant and rage about the agenda for 4 hours, but I could though. Anyways. Someone said I just hate being perceived at all. Yeah, no, like, yeah, no, for real. You would think too that with like the way that I talk or present myself or like my confidence or whatever, you're like, oh, he must love being perceived. He's hamming it up right now. Yes and no. Would vastly prefer to just be a vibe. But that's okay. Enough of that. Some say we can't give the agenda away. Exactly. That's enough of the LGBT agenda for today. No more. Or they're going to start thinking, they're going to catch on. All right. What else we got? Krona from Soul Eater. Oh no, but like that's real though. Like that is real though. Why are we talking about the nerdiest things ever? Stop. But Krona is a great character, okay? And if this is like your gender, then I understand what you're saying. Krona is dope. Actually, it's so sad what happens to Krona. Soul Eater in general, I have feelings. It makes me feel things. Soul Eater is so good. And they don't make shonen like they used to. I ain't saying there's no good shonen anime. Okay? That's not what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to boomer post and say that shonen anime was cooler when I was younger. But it was. All I'm saying is like, you just had to be there. You had to be there. Someone said don't spoil it. I shall not spoil it. I would never spoil Soul Eater for anybody. Never. That show had my heart, dude. Yeah, same. You know who I love from Soul Eater? Pretty much my favorite character, like hands down. This has got to be Black Star. The level of like literally him that Black Star from Soul Eater is. Black Star is literally that guy. That's the only way I can explain it. You look at this picture and you're like, wow, that guy really seems like he just thinks he's that guy. He is that guy. My inspiration for sure. Definitely, I try to have Black Star energy in this world. I love Black Star so much. It's unabashed fanboy energy for me over this character. He's so good, actually. Someone said Death the Kid. No, but like, someone said Death the Kid is so gender. This show has some good characters though. Listen, if you're like, oh, I want to watch Soul Eater just off of the character designs, you should do it. Look how stupid he holds these guns. No, it doesn't get any cooler than this. Hold on. Forget trigger discipline. It's just about looking as cool as possible. Death the Kid is also a really great character. But then I like all of the characters. Okay, like I like Maka as well. Soul is pretty great. I mean, I even like the teachers. I think Soul Eater is pretty great. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it's pretty good. Yeah. Someone said opening stream to Black Star is iconic. I know, like, you came at a very lit time for sure. But yeah, no, very much ahead of its time, very much a vibe, very much worked on me. And now I move through this world like I'm literally him as well. Someone said looks like the cool Sonic art from the early 2000s. Yes. Have you seen the Gachi Akuta discourse? No, I don't know if there's discourse. Is there discourse on Gachiakuta? Is this something that I even want to know? Or is this just people being silly? Because I like what I've seen of Gachiakuta. I didn't pick up any reason for there being discourse. Hi, D'Angelo. I hope you are well. Thank you. I'm trying. What's the stream for again? Oh, we were talking about Bad Bunny and his performance at the Super Bowl. But you missed that. But don't worry, because you can catch me tomorrow when I upload the video. And it'll be great. It'll be great. I had such a hard time getting into Soul Eater, I couldn't make it past the first few episodes. Well, that's understandable. Honestly, like a lot of anime, older anime, the pacing of it is not good. And it makes me sad. I don't think Soul Eater has like the greatest pacing. I really don't. Bleach has pretty bad pacing as well. Or what I consider to be pacing that is really hard for some people to watch nowadays. Yeah, Bleach suffers from that. And it's like, I just want people to see the cool parts. But sometimes to watch the cool parts, you have to get through like a little bit of a slog. I won't lie. There are too many episodes of Bleach. Soul Eater is not that bad though. Reading chat. Someone said it's a little hard to make it past Blair the Witch. Well, yeah, that's the thing too. Like, she's like super fan servicey, right? There's definitely, anytime I'm talking about any sort of anime, old anime, there's probably fan service in there that is like I don't recommend. And it makes me sad because I'm just like, the show did not need that. The show did not need that. When people say like, oh yeah, Soul Eater was lit or whatever, when I was young thinking like, oh, this is lit, it wasn't even because of the fan service. No. Someone said you got to skip the filler for things like Bleach. Do not watch every episode of Bleach. Listen, I didn't watch every episode of Bleach and I'm still a fan. I will never allow some sort of Bleach head to tell me, oh, you're not a real Bleach fan because you didn't watch every single filler episode. Go away. Be gone. Be gone. The Excalibur episode. Oh, that was painful. That was actually painful. In Soul Eater. Yeah, no, Excalibur in general, like, pisses me off. But he is funny. But like, he pisses me off. Someone said this chat would rock with Trigun. Trigun is so cool. I don't know much about it, but Trigun is pretty lit. Inuyasha was my childhood. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. Because you're onto something. Make sure I spell his name correctly. Again, when y'all are asking about like, oh, gender. All I'm saying is the pieces have been in place for a very long time. That's all I'm really saying. This is also a completely valid and understandable gender. For real, for real, for real. Inuyasha is hilarious. It's great. It's such like a product of its time. It's such a product of its time. And I think it's amazing for it. All the better for it. But yeah, massive asterisk when I talk about any sort of older anime. There's probably something in there that you would get to and you would be like, holy crap, you were okay with recommending this to people? It's because I don't remember it. I promise you. I don't even remember the fan service or weird things that happened and stuff that I watched when I was younger because like, that's not why we were watching it. It's so unnecessary. Reading chat. Someone said he just looks so good. Please, the aura. He definitely had aura. For real, for real, for real. Same author to Ranma 1/2. Oh my god. This is getting so weeb coded. This is hilarious. Someone said it's so much schlock, even though I love it. It's so bad and I'm in love with it. Yeah, no, I think like so much of it is just painful. No pacing. The voice acting a lot of times wasn't really that good. Oh, you know what I watched recently? And I was like, oh my god, this is so fun. I was like, you know what? Screw it. We finna watch Cardcaptor Sakura. We actually, me as an adult, I'm finna be like, let us capture all those cards back. Let's use our magical powers. I was like, I missed Cardcaptor Sakura. but that doesn't mean that I should be deprived of the experience of watching it. So I really just pretended like, you know what? I am in the target demographic for this magical girl anime. I still skipped the filler though. There was a lot of filler in Cardcaptor Sakura. I probably only watched half of the episodes. I went to some website that was like, yeah, you can just kind of get the vibe off of these main episodes. So I didn't watch this entire show because like random elementary school slice of life stuff, not really it. But you know what? I'm not gonna lie. This show eats. This show actually eats. And oh, what is going on here? I was just trying to open the picture in a new tab. Why do I have to complete a capture just to look at a picture? Okay, there we go. This show eats, and also nothing straight happens in this show. I was watching this show just waiting for it to turn heterosexual. I was like, there's no way that this show is like this actually like gay. I'm just gonna say it. It's not even that the characters actually have like specified there's not really romance or anything like that. I'm just saying this show is a level of not straight that I wasn't prepared for. I was like, y'all were showing this on TV back then? I had no idea. I'm sorry, Cardcaptor Sakura. I was not familiar with your game. I was not familiar with your game. It was so good. It was so good. Anyways, with that being said, like, these are still really old shows. One thing that I can't let y'all get away with, brother, this show has groomers in it. This show has groomers in it. I was like, why is there an entire grooming subplot? I kid you not. This is literally not spoilers. This is just a fact about the show. Okay, this is real. And if you're a fan of the show, you're probably already cringing because you just know that this part is painful. Her dad, her father, they make him look so dreamy or whatever, totally groomed her mother as a high school student. She was literally a high school student. And the father's like, yeah, I'm going to marry you. And the show makes like so many excuses for it. They definitely romanticize that plot point. And I was like, there's no way. There's no way. Her mom was cute though. She was cute. But like, and then there's other characters here as well that are just doing this grooming thing. And I'm just like, oh no. Oh no. Someone said I blocked that part out. Yeah, no, I was like, oh my God, parts of this have not aged well. We're not even talking about like Twitter accusations of grooming because there's like a little age difference. No, this was definitely groomer apologia in some of those episodes, and I was shook. But I mostly tried to focus on the nice parts of Cardcaptor Sakura because it still has really cool things in it. But yeah, please don't watch this if you're going to get triggered by grooming, which is a valid thing to get triggered over. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. No. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Someone said I mention this all the time in the teacher who proposed to one of the little students. Dude. No. No. What did you think of Nana? Oh, I've never seen that one. I've never seen that one. Or on High School Host Club. I never watched that one. I've maybe seen an episode a very long time ago. The first episode was kind of funny. Nana is one of the best anime of all time. And then someone immediately under that said Nana is so frustrating. The duality of humanity. Oh my God, that's so funny. Both of those are valid opinions, by the way. Like, I haven't watched the show, so if you think it's one of the best of all time or so frustrating, or both, You were entitled to that. Reading chat. Someone said I didn't even watch the Super Bowl. I did not watch it. Kakegurui has crazy art direction. I love Nana, but it's frustrating. Nana ruined my life. Yeah, I've heard interesting things about that. Someone said if we're talking anime and gender, my gender is definitely Aura in High School Host Club. That is a valid gender to have for sure. Have you watched Frieren? I'm watching it right now. I want to because I've heard good things about it. I would like to watch Frieren. The amount of I do not see it I have to apply to watch anime is unreal. It really is. Oh my god, like please unnormalize some of this stuff. This is why we get a few shows nowadays that do not have that weird stuff in it, and it makes me so happy. Like I've talked about the show on stream before a little bit, but Dungeon Meshi is so nice. Unless I'm misremembering, which I don't feel like I'm misremembering anything. From what I remember, this was actually such a nice show. I wasn't constantly worried about the characters being put in like weird positions or having their agency compromised or whatever. It was so dope. It was, oh, this person says it's kind of crap. Oh, well, never mind. Some YouTuber thinks it's bad, but I really liked the season I watched of this show. And I was like, yes, just give me a good time. Give me a good time, please. That's the only reason I'm here. Someone said Campfire Cooking. That was my number one slice of life anime in years. Shut your mouth about Campfire Cooking. I agree with you. You said you're watching that on another screen. You should be. It's such a good... Oh, I didn't even bother putting the anime. Bro. I was alive. I was like, finally, anime is hitting. Anime is hitting. Oh my god, that show hit for me. It really hit. I was like, a show I can recommend with my whole chest. I don't have to be like, oh, don't watch like with your eyes open all the way because there's some weird stuff in there. It was so great. I love Campfire Cooking in Another World. Anyways, what else we got? Did you watch JoJo? Yes, I watched all of JoJo. I bet some of y'all didn't think that. I've watched every single episode of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. What a show. I don't know if I liked it. I just know that I couldn't stop watching it. I think that's how I feel about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I was like, well, we're already on this adventure. I didn't know how to log out. I didn't know how to stop watching. I was in some sort of fugue state. We had all of these arcs. We had Dio-ing it up. I was like, okay, now we're pretty much in the mafia. Oh my god, we're in like a women's prison. I was terrified watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because it is such a bonkers show, but I could not stop watching it. I could not stop watching it. I would not recommend JoJo's Bizarre Adventure to almost anyone. No, don't watch that unless you actually thrive off of, honestly, borderline off-puttingly weird things happening, which I kind of do. That's my problem. I thrive off of borderline off-puttingly weird media. And that's why I was like, oh my god, this is so good. This is so good. This is such an insane show. It was hilarious. But there's a lot of really, really hard to look at stuff in this show. Someone said, what's your favorite JoJo? Who's your favorite JoJo? I feel like maybe Josuke? I feel like Josuke's a pretty safe bet. Regardless, this was definitely my favorite arc. But you know what though? I am totally a Jolene apologist though. I really, really am. And I thought she was really dope. So I don't know. I maybe Josuke, like if I didn't have to think about it too hard, but if I put more effort into it, you know what? It's not even that like it's Jolene specifically. It's just that, hold on, JoJo. Hermes is the best character in the entire show. Okay? Even though people hate this story arc, bro. People despise this story arc of JoJo so much. Some people just really, 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 really hate it. And I'm like, that's fine. But that doesn't change the fact that Hermes is the best character in the show. She's the one. She's like, if I had to pick someone out of that show to be my ride or die, it would be Hermes. And so because of that, I also liked Jolene just because it was part of that story arc in general. But yeah, no, it's so... What a show, though. Wild. What else we got? Favorite JoJo villain? Dio. I know that's basic. And he's a horrible person, but like, he's iconic. So any new anime worth watching, someone would have to let me know first, and then I can let you know. I'm so burnt out on new anime. Someone said Rohan is my favorite character, but that's a decent favorite character too, though. He's so funny, actually. And his power is so like, everyone's superpower in the show is just bonkers. Oh, you know, wait, hold on. It's escaping me. What show am I actually thinking of right now? Oh. Have y'all ever heard of a show called Grand Blue Dreaming? This show is actually bonkers. I watched the first season of this show. It manifests as a diving show. That's what it seems like on the surface. But this show is so stupid, man. This show is so stupid, but I'm not gonna lie. It was hilarious. And I guess it was an easier watch because the characters are actually like college students. No one in this show is supposed to be like 16 or whatever like that. So I was watching this and I'm like, this is so stupid, man. This is the dumbest show I ever watched. Why are they never diving in this diving anime? But I did laugh though. I don't recommend it to anyone though, because like, if you're like, oh, diving anime, that's not what that is. You should watch Nichijou. I've seen episodes of Nichijou and it's really funny because I like absurdist humor. Someone said, do you watch PL/Yaoi? No, I can't say I do. Erased is so good. Erased is pretty dope. Is that the one? Wait, I don't want to spoil that one. Is that the one that takes place in multiple timelines? I think. Maybe that's how I'll say that without spoiling. If so, I think I remember liking that one. It's short too, right? Someone said watch Doro. Hey Doro. I did. It was a ride and I didn't understand any of it, but I still enjoyed myself. The Disastrous Life of Psyche K. That show was hilarious. Y'all ever watch that one? That show, I mean, it's kind of exhausting to watch, honestly. Man, every single anime I mention is like so old. But anyways, I guess this came out 10 years ago or something like that. Did it really? Oh my God, what? That's awful. Okay. Anyways, there's no way that this came out 10 years ago, actually. Yikes. Well, at some point within the last 10 years, which I fully thought was just maybe a couple years ago, I watched The Disastrous Life of Psyche K, and it was really funny. I really love this character, Psyche. He's great. He's so funny, actually. 10 years ago. That's awful. That's awful. That's not good. Psyche makes me cackle. It's so out of pocket. I know the things that happen in that show are just so stupid from what I remember, but they're hilarious. I definitely am no stranger to stranger. I definitely am not above like stupid humor. I think for me personally, I don't like toilet based humor or like weird, like gross out Adult Swim type body stuff. We're vomiting or all this weird stuff. Or everyone's like, that form of stupid humor does not make me laugh. If anything, I just get the ick. I can't watch stuff like that. But if you have stupid humor in the form of like just jokes that don't make any sense, just pure absurdism and things that are not actually funny, you could probably get me to laugh all day. I've laughed at some of the most deeply unfunny things that you have ever seen in your life. Not saying Psyche K is not funny, but oh man, it's a mess. Someone said weird time to join. Oh, did you join and I'm talking about toilet humor? Well, at least you joined and I was saying it's not my style. Oh my God. Reading chat. Someone said, D'Angelo, if you like Ridiculous and Stupid, you will love Sergeant Frog. I need to watch Sergeant Frog, actually. I recommend. Haven't you heard I'm Sakamoto? I watched that one too. Sakamoto was so funny. If I remember correctly, it's the one about the kid, right? And he's just so cool. Wait, that's going to give me Sakamoto days. That's not what I'm looking for. Is that what that's called? Haven't you heard? Yeah, no, exactly. This is my exact brand of like funny. Like, what is this picture? Why is he sitting not in his chair? This is so. Listen. If you start watching some of the things that I say I find funny, you're going to learn something about me, which is that I'm pretty dumb and I'm really easily entertained. But no, I really like that show. It was hilarious. Reading chat. Mob Psycho 100 is a definite recommend. Yes, Mob Psycho is a great show. The animation is crazy. And I wish more people would be inspired by it and go off of grid instead of being so like super locked into like rigid, nice looking animation. I want mess. It's so good. You need to watch Migi and Dolly. I did watch that one. It was so creepy, but like weirdly interesting. And then I heard that the creator of that one passed away, and I got really sad. I think that happened. This is the same creator, right, as Sakamoto. Haven't you heard? I think they also did Migi and Dolly, or am I wrong about that? Yeah, I think it was the same person. Yeah, no, I got really sad because I'm like, this person has such interesting ideas and vision. I think this was the same person. If I'm wrong about that and you're watching the stream later and you're like, D'Angelo, what are you talking about? Forgive me. Oh, I'm correct. Never mind. I'm right about everything. Like, let me give you an example of a show that I can't watch. Okay. Because I literally have to draw the line somewhere. Brother, I can't do this. It's a no for me, dog. I'm not even willing to go to images and select images. Nothing that makes me feel like I'm actually going to get put on the watch list. It doesn't matter how cool it is. I like the studio behind Kill la Kill, which is really painful relationship there. But it just really doesn't matter. Also, speaking of them, I think they also did this one that I watched initially when I was a kid, but now I'm just like, oh my God, no. Oh, it's Gainax. Okay, well, Gainax Trigger, you know what I mean. But like, I can't do Gurren Lagann, unfortunately, even though it has cool stuff going on in it. But I'm just like, when you're a kid and you're like, oh yeah, 14-year-olds, this is awesome. And then you get older and you're like, this aired on television. That's how I feel about Gurren Lagann, which is sad because I have like good memories of it. I watched it so long ago that when I think about Gurren Lagann, I think about like, who the hell do you think we are? And like, believe in the me that believes in you. And I think about like all these crazy mech sequences. And then I go to rewatch it to relive that. And it's just like, watch list, FBI. And I'm like, oh, never mind. Wah, wah, wah. It's so painful. It's so painful. Someone said Darling in the Franxx does not exist to me anymore. Yeah, no, the amount of anime I watched as a kid that I can't watch as an adult now because it's just, I wouldn't be okay with it, is insane. Reading chat. Fooly Cooly. I remember liking Fooly Cooly, but again, long time ago. Very long time ago. Oh, you know what anime I watched and it made me almost cry? And for me, almost crying is the same as crying. Wait, what is it called? Dororo. Okay, sorry. There's like a show called Dorohedoro and Dororo and Durarara and Dan Da Dan. There's a lot of shows that sound similar, but the one I'm thinking of is Dororo. There is like a remake of this, I think, in 2019. Y'all, Tears for days. Oh my God. I was like, this is so sad and beautiful and heavy and violent. Dude, that show was dope. For real, for real. Someone said Dororo was so good. No, it was actually so good. Like, I was like, there's no way. There's no way. Ain't no way I missed this. Yeah. Have you watched Wonder Egg Priority? I have not. Dororo's ending threw me so hard I hated how it ended. Oh yeah, I don't think I like the ending either. Actually, in general, I don't think I like the ending of most anime. That's my hot take. I don't think I like the ending of most anime that I've seen. Usually if I say, oh, I really liked something, I'm probably referring to, you can start at the 15% mark and go up to like maybe the 75% mark. And that's the part I remember. I usually just wind up forgetting the rest of it. Oh my God. Reading chat. Someone said, do not watch Made in Abyss. Don't worry, I wasn't going to do that. Someone said it was a super common issue with anime. Yeah, it definitely is. Like, sticking the landing is, I feel like, even rarer than having a really good one. Someone said the summer Hikaru died. That one, the editing on that one is crazy. Have you watched Cowboy Bebop? Oh man, classic. How long have we been talking about anime? I'm getting scared. I just started like... I started hearing myself. This is scary, chat. But you know what? We're already here. And Cowboy Bebop is a classic for a reason. It's a classic for a reason. That's a great show. It's a dope show. Reading chat. Ghibli movies. I like Howl's Moving Castle because I really like Howl. Oh, wait. Okay, great. Sorry, I can't spell. But look, I mean, I can spell. I just can't type. He's such a good character. Just absolute lazy, useless man who gets away with everything because he's a little bit cute. I'm like, that's how I'm trying to be. No, just kidding. Don't be Howl. That's not good. But I'm not gonna lie. I'm just like, yeah, that's basically me. Like Tuxedo Mask showing up, achieving nothing, not helping in any way at all, and then just kind of like serving, just kind of like mogging, trying to mog the bad guys, and like while mewing and like looks maxing. I swear to God, the only thing that Tuxedo Mask does in this show is looks max. He's just constantly looks maxing. And probably you could say the same for Howl. I love me a useless, pretty guy character because I'm just like, finally, some representation. Yes. You shouldn't have to do things if you look good. If you're cute, you should be allowed to be lazy and useless. That's how I feel. Just kidding. Just kidding. Anyways, so looks maxing the enemy away for real. Tuxedo Mask is such a funny character because it's like, brother, okay, sure. The well-timed rose being thrown has helped. Yeah, if like doing vaguely romantic gestures was some sort of superpower, then yeah, Tuxedo Mask would be OP. He could probably defeat Goku. Someone said Mushishi. I want to watch Mushishi so bad. I want to watch it so bad. Don't make me jealous if you've already seen this. Because I really, really love the way that it looks. That's my main reason. And it seems to have kind of the paranormal / supernatural / mythical aesthetic that I definitely search out and seek out. I don't know why I've been waiting, but yeah, Mushishi, I've been like, it's been on the list. I need to just move it up and watch it. Life is too short. Reading chat. Someone said, have you read the Howl's Moving Castle book? No, I haven't read the original, but I would like to. From my understanding, it's a little bit different, and Miyazaki kind of went like big with it. What else do we got? Grave of the Fireflies broke my entire soul. I don't feel like I can watch that movie. But from what I've heard, it's quite beautiful. Someone said, do not watch Grave of the Fireflies. I wasn't going to. It wasn't going to happen, chat. No. Reading chat. Makia. I actually cried. You want to know? You want to know what it takes to actually make me cry? It's really, really, really difficult. It's really, 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 really difficult to make me cry from media because I make media. It's all manipulation. Honestly, you try to manipulate people not with bad intentions. You realize like, oh, if I arrange these things in a certain way, it feels sad. So you have to be really careful making media not misleading people or making them feel emotions that they should not be feeling. That's how rage bait works, right? When I watch a lot of a media that's being seen as really emotional or whatever, I'm just like, this is manipulation. But I watched the show and they got to the end and I cried. Someone said, can you see YouTube comments live? No, I'm just guessing what everyone's saying. I actually cried at the very end of this because I think the thing was like, it was sad the entire time. it was like 90 minutes of sad. And then the ending happens. And then it's finally just like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. That's the only way to make me cry. You cannot make me cry by doing a surprise sad ending. That's not, it doesn't work on me. If you're like, oh, we have a character and I'm randomly going to kill them at the end and everyone's going to cry. I'm just sitting there like, this is garbage. This is cheap. No. But if you have something that is like vaguely sad and then you never admit how sad it is until the very end, then I cry. Then I cry. Have you watched Hamnet? Do you mean the live action movie? No. I would though. I would. Someone said cumulative sadness / heartbreak unfolding. Exactly. I need that sadness that like bubbles under the surface that you feel like is inaccessible to you. Listen, this is how you write a good sad ending. I'm going to give you the secret sauce right now. Don't think to yourself, oh, I have a character and everyone's going to be so like shook when I kill them, stabs them. That's a valid way of writing. But if you want to get a cynical, awful person like me to feel emotions from your story, because I go into stories really cynical, what you got to do is think of an idea that is so sad and then just riff in that space. Make the whole sort of point of your thing a little bit sad if you really think about it. Like in Makia, for example, she just lives for a long time. A really, 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 really long time. And if you think about it, that's sad because then that means the people around you don't. And you just sort of play in that space a little bit. And then by the time you get to the end, I'm already so sad at this idea that you could do anything. And I would probably just, it would be awful. Anyways, someone said I watched Tokyo Magnitude 8 because I wanted to cry, but I didn't. Yeah, no, like 99% of things that people say make them cry, which entitled to, please feel your feelings. They don't make me cry. They really don't. Someone said, what's this about? We're just randomly talking about anime now. I was talking about a movie called Makia. Someone said that's why I was crying so much at Frieren. That's why I haven't started Frieren yet, because it's exactly what I'm talking about. I watched the first episode and I was like, this is sad. Because that's the thing with her name is Frieren, right? She lives for a long time as well. And it's kind of like this idea of people being in your life for a certain amount of time and then out of it. I don't know why I'm still holding this EOS lip balm. You would genuinely think they were sponsoring me at this point. I had to put it on the back burner. I was like, I'm going to watch this when it's time to make me actually upset. Someone said Arcane really makes me cry. I could see why. That's a valid crash out if Arcane made you sad. I've already given my painful opinion about Arcane, which was that for me, season 1 was like, whoa. And then season 2, I was kind of like, I don't know. I wasn't as excited by it, the structure of it. But season 1 is crazy. And season 2 is still worth watching just to see the animation. It's insane. Someone said Frieren's a good class in grief. Save me. Assassination Classroom. I like the octopus. That's all I have to say about that. Ping Pong, the animation. I didn't watch that one, but I love me a good sports anime that is about a random sport. Like, give me bowling, give me ping pong, give me golf, give me don't give me the things that I would expect, like basketball, even though basketball anime is great. Someone said a silent voice broke me. That's a vibe. Someone said, no way, you're still in anime. It's probably what you don't understand is like, or maybe you do understand. There was always a danger of this happening, of me just going on a 45-minute rant about various anime. It was gonna happen, and the fact that I've kept it inside for the 7 weeks I've been streaming is a mystery to me. Anyways, reading chat. All right, Prince of Tennis is Chihaya Furu. Okay, there we go, Chihaya Furu. Yeah, no, okay, now you're mentioning things that I have not watched, so I can't speak on it. But yeah, I like what I thought anime was as a kid. And now as an adult trying to watch this medium, I suffer a lot, and I just find myself having to ignore the vast majority of it. But every now and then I do feel something from an anime where I'm like, oh yeah, this is what I thought it was before I realized how weird so much of this stuff was. And that's my last step. Do I have any more collabs planned? Not off the top of my head. I mean, Foreign and I would probably do another stream at some point. We were talking about possibly doing a music stream on his Twitch, because that would be fun. Someone says, should I go to my lecture? No, you shouldn't. You should stay here for another 11 minutes. Just kidding. Be a good student. Be a good student. That being said, though, I'm not going to lie. When I was in school, I didn't have the best habits, and this isn't good advice, but like, you should totally just skip a class. I always picked one day every semester. I was like, I'm just not going to go to class. I would actually come to campus. I would show up and I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to like catch up on homework, or I'm going to do my school. I'm going to like, I don't know, go through things that I've been leaving on the back burner. I'm going to hang out with my friends. I'm going to do something extracurricular. Everybody should just skip a college class for no reason, especially like college. You're an adult. No one can punish you for doing this. You're not even gonna, your grade's not gonna suffer. Just make sure that you're not gonna miss anything important and don't go. Someone said I skipped a lecture today. Yeah, no, skipping lectures is like edifying, but don't do it often. School is great. Educate yourself, but college is not easy. College is not easy. Someone said you simply cannot get away with that at art college. They will kick you out. Okay, well, look, don't take my advice if this is actually finna get you in trouble. All I'm saying is there were certain undergraduate classes where I was like, I'm definitely, it doesn't matter if I go to this specific class and I'm not going. And then I didn't go and I still passed. And I still passed. Someone said not doing that more is my biggest regret from college. For real. Like, being at college and just vibing is such a valid experience. Now, granted, you should want to learn. I think education is a great goal. I still tried to pass all my classes. It didn't always work, but like, you definitely don't have to go hard every single day. No way. No way. Someone says skip once for mental health and the bad B factor. Exactly. Because low key, you do feel like, wow, who's going to check me? Who's going to check me? I'm just going to straight up not show up. What are you going to do? Drop me when my grades are already good? Please. It's bad, but someone said art school was hell for me. That's why I didn't go. Part of the reason I didn't go. I tried for a second and then I was like, oh, buddy. When's your birthday, D'Angelo? My birthday is August 29th, 1998. Yeah, I'm 27, turning 28 soon. Interesting. 30 is so close. I can't believe how close 30 is. I really, really, really can't believe how close 30 is. Like, wow. There are people watching this who are like, D'Angelo, I'm 43. Calm down. I'm just telling you, it's weird for me. I really, 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 really can't believe that I'm almost 30. I can't. 30 wasn't a real number to me. 30 was not a real number to me when I was like, even when I was like 22. I was like, 30? What does that mean? And now it's like, oh yeah, soon they're going to be like, D'Angelo, known YouTuber in his early 30s. And I'm like, in his what? In his what? Someone said, I'm 97, I feel you. Oh man, you're even close. Someone said, don't call 30 old. 30 is not, how do I word this? 30 is not old. I think I agree with like this idea of reclaiming some of these ages and being like 40 is not old, 50 is not old, 60, you know what I mean? I believe it's not old in that you still have life to live. You're like, you could be 80 and I'm like, that doesn't mean you need to resign yourself to being an old person or whatever. Sorry, me being 27 and saying this, I know I sound dumb, but listen, I'm trying to explain what I mean when I say I feel really old. I don't believe society's baggage that they attach to being old. I don't believe you should ever take that on. I think you could be 79 years old and be like, screw what people think old is. I'm going to keep kicking, and then please keep kicking. Why did I say 79 specifically? Was I still remembering Donald Trump's age from like 3 hours ago? Okay. Well, unless you're Donald Trump, if you're 79, you should keep kicking. With that being said, I had to pluck a hair out of my nose because I could see it just with the front facing view. I was just looking at myself in the mirror and I was like, why is there, I had to grab some tweezers and pluck my nose hair. And I realized that was just the beginning of the end. Not the end. Nothing is ending for me, but I'm like, oh my God, this is not the actions of a very, very young person. I was like, it's only going to be more and more of this, isn't it? It's just going to be new iterations of this. One day I'm going to be like, oh, wow, I didn't realize because I was so bald, but this hair is not black anymore. What's going on there? I feel like someone said, why am I actually aging? No, thank you. No, that's exactly how I feel. When I plucked my first nose hair at 27, I was like, my life isn't over. That's not how I feel. But these are definitely not the things I ever had to think about when I was actually very deeply young, like 17 or even in my early 20s. So I feel like 30 is old in a way where it's like you have actually been kicking it for a while. You have actually been here for a while. 30 years is a long time. And you are not a child. That being said, it's not old in that your life is over or like you need to stop doing things or limit yourself ever. You can start, I mean, it takes a little bit of a cushion and privilege to do this, but you could literally just change careers. You could be like 36 years old and you'd be like, you know what? I had like this life path I was on, but actually I'm going to switch it up and do this other thing and then go do that other thing. You should never let your age stop you, but I'm really finna be 30. I'm really finna be 30. Someone said aging isn't scary, mortality is. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, like aging, you shouldn't be scared of because again, there's no moral component to it. It's not bad to be old or look old. And when I say, oh, old, I'm not saying it in a bad way. However, even with the idea of mortality being scary, actually, is that how that should be my last topic? Mortality. I used to be really, really scared of dying. Someone said I'm dreading turning 20. Don't dread turning 20. 20, I won't say it's a great age, but you have so many great ages ahead of you. Someone said I'm 36 and I just start college again. No, that's what I'm talking about. You are not old. That is not old mentality. If you're like, I'm 36 and I'm actually finna go back to college, this is how we need to be. If I'm 36 and I decide to switch careers, I'm finna do it. Nobody's gonna tell me I'm too old to do anything. But with that being said, I used to be kind of scared of dying, mostly because I didn't know what it would feel like. And I really hate not knowing things. I hyperfixate on things that I don't know. I do. I just think about it all the time. And I was like, oh my gosh, dying. What's this going to be like? Because what the problem was for me personally, someone said cope. Cope? You have to cope with being 27 in a society where people make you feel like your life is over when you're 23 and not, I don't know, successful or whatever. Anyways, what I was getting at here was I used to be a Christian, and I thought that when I died, I was going to go to heaven and chum it up with Jesus and God and all of the deceased people that I ever knew in my life. And it was actually pretty comforting. I was like, this is cute. This is sweet. Yeah, dying, whatever. Then, you know, you fly a little too close to the sun, and then you come back and you're like, oh, great. I don't have that religion or belief system anymore, but I am still going to die. And it's like, do, 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 do. Like the Jeopardy music. I don't even know if that was Jeopardy music I just did. And so what I was really scared of wasn't dying. It was the fact that I wasn't going to go to heaven anymore. That was terrifying. That was scarier than dying for me. Believing truly that your soul will be fine after you leave this world and then not believing it anymore. That scared me for a really long time. But the reason I got over it is I finally started thinking back and I was like, okay, you know what? Remember 1994, D'Angelo? I don't, because I wasn't born then. I just feel like that's how dying is going to be. If I try to remember like, oh, 1987, I can't remember that. I wasn't there. I wasn't worried about anything. And I was also fine. I hadn't happened yet, but I was okay. I feel like now that's kind of how I feel about dying. Where it's like, okay, well, if I die, let's say we're in the future, we're in the year 2537. 2537 will be the exact same as 1957 in my mind, which is that it won't be in my mind. I don't know. There won't be anything to remember. It's okay. I'm not really gone per se. I'm just not there. And so that's how I feel personally about dying right now. I mean, I'm not going to die at any point within the next 1200 years, but like, that's how I feel. Someone said that's what scares me though. It is weird to think of not being here, I suppose. I guess I used to see that as scary, but now I just more so see it as like, it's weird. It's so odd to think that one day it will be exactly like it was in 1997 before I was born. But it'll just be like 2177 and I just won't be there. Some people will maybe think of me in the way that some people thought of me in 1997 before it happened. But yeah, I'll be fine. I just was here when I was supposed to be, I guess. And I did what I could. And I was just one of how many billions and billions of people born during my lifetime that also did what they could. And we're all fine. I feel much better about the idea of dying. Like, it's fine. It was fine beforehand and it'll be fine after. I wasn't supposed to be here forever. But yeah, I don't know. That's just me. Someone said I like being around though. Me too. Yeah. I definitely would prefer not to die. I don't plan on it. I have no intentions of doing so at any time, but I'm just going to keep doing what I can while I'm here. Reading chat. Someone said I don't feel ready to no longer exist anymore. Keep existing. Someone said I like to think that I'm very lucky to exist at the same time as cats. You're lucky to exist. You're lucky to exist at the same time as like so many things. I know we focus on like the horrible things that we're currently coexisting with, but like also this is pretty lit. And if I had to spawn anywhere on this timeline, 2020, whatever, it was not the worst it could have been for me. Someone said this topic is making me cry. Don't cry. Someone said, D'Angelo, do you wear the same hoodie every day? I got copies. Don't cry. It's okay. You're going to die. But like, I think the thing is like, it just sort of recontextualized how interesting it is that I'm here in general is kind of how I feel about my life right now. Like, someone could have made a split-second decision at some point and I wouldn't have happened. Or things could have gone wrong when I was born and I wouldn't be here. Or I've had accidents that definitely could have killed me if they went slightly differently because I was being dumb as a child. And then I wouldn't be here right now. So I feel more so like it's just a sort of crazy coincidence that I'm here, and I'm not going to ask too many questions about that coincidence, and I'm just going to try to live it up while I still can. I can't actually believe that I'm really here and still here. That's the wildest thing. So it's fine. reading chat. Guys, we got to be thankful we get the opportunity to age while some others get taken away. Yeah, no, aging is lit. I want to be 27. I want to be 40. I want to be, honestly, like, old. I want to be old. I like that D'Angelo's talking about this. These are the types of things you can't talk about with people and you end up feeling weirdly alone in your worries. Yeah, no, it's not. Don't feel alone. Listen, you got to tell yourself, cope, right? You got to tell yourself whatever you got to tell yourself, honestly. But yeah, no, I just tell myself, like, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I'll be fine. As far as the idea of, like, heaven and me not going anymore or whatever, well, I wouldn't be going even if heaven was real. Just looking at certain aspects of my life and who I am, it's not going to happen. It was never going to happen regardless. But you know what? Like, be good here. Do good for the reward that you get right here and now. I feel I had to reframe everything. Like, I don't have to be nice to people just so Jesus doesn't send me to hell forever. I can just be good because I actually get something out of it here, which is like feeling like I'm not contributing to the bad in the world, you know? Reading chat. Older people are usually less scared about death, so just procrastinate the fear until you're older. Yeah, just honestly don't think about it. Problem solved. Because also, if you think about it, hold on, wait. This is so like 4D chess. If you just never think about dying, ever, then technically, won't you just be fine? Because like when you're alive, you're not dying. And then if you die, you're also still not thinking about dying. So you just never have to worry about it. As far as your conscious self is concerned, you'll never die. That's how I'm going to treat it. I'm just going to be delusional. Be like, well, dying? I've never done that before, so I'm probably not going to do it. And then if it happens, I won't have to worry about it. I won't have to worry about it. I caught all the Pokemon on Google. There's no way. Did you actually catch all of them? Did you start when I had pulled it up on stream? That's wild. That is wild. That is wild. Someone said I'm not about nihilism. No, main things. Sorry, I don't know why I'm not hopping off, but I like talking about this weird, vaguely philosophical stuff. I don't believe in philosophy. Wait, that sounded really bad. I don't do well with memorization. So philosophical viewpoints on life, I don't have those because I would be so busy trying to remember the difference between stoicism and nihilism that I go off of vibes. But I really don't rock with nihilism. I don't rock with stoicism, and I don't rock with cynicism. Cynicism isn't philosophy. That's just a trait. I really don't like these three things. I don't. It's hard not to be cynical because you should have a healthy dose of cynicism going into things. You can't be a dupe or they're going to dupe you, right? But I don't like this idea of going into everything and just like expecting the worst or believing the worst. I don't like the idea of nihilism of like, and I don't want to say, I just realized if I say what nihilism is and I'm wrong, then it's going to sound like I'm crapping on something I don't know. So let's look up what nihilism is and then I'll explain why I'm not a super big fan of it. Oh God. Oh God. Oh no. Oh God. My computer is doing the thing again. Okay, never mind. Well, I'm just going to Google it. I'm just going to Google nihilism and explain the definition to make sure I'm not wrong about this. Nihilism definition. The rejection of all religious and moral principles and the belief that life is meaningless. I mean, it's okay to reject all religious principles if you want to, but essentially the idea that like life is meaningless, or you should be cynical about everything and expect the worst all the time, or you should be really stoic about things and just like suffer through things and all of those things. I don't want that for me. I don't want that for me. I would actually rather expect that I deserve nice things sometimes and be disappointed. Or I would rather choose to believe that something nice is real and get disappointed than I would just being cynical and believing nothing good that ever happens is actually ever good. I don't know. Trying to shield yourself, I feel like, from a lifetime of disappointment when it's inevitable is not the move. Why not try to love things for what they are when they are? You know what I mean? I don't know. I want to be happy, bro. I want to be happy. I don't want to be these things. They make me mad. Someone said, we hope Max over here. Exactly. What I don't want is like a doomer spike when I'm in the middle of like scroll maxing my, you know, I'm trying to mog the current climate. Sorry, I don't know. I'm using these terms. I love the way that looks maxing people talk about everything. It's hilarious. Someone said nihilism for me is being negative and that nothing matters. We give life meaning. Exactly. Yeah, no, like, hello? I matter a little bit. Someone said, I guess I'm like that, but not in a sad way. Like life is pointless and that's okay. So I can do whatever makes me happy. Does that make sense? To me, I would say you made a point. Does that make sense? I agree with what you're saying, that life doesn't come with a point. I believe that very, very strongly. I don't believe that there is a reason that we're here. But that second part where you say, I can do whatever makes me happy, that's the part that, and if some people are saying, well, that's just nihilism, that's not usually how I see it discussed. That's the part that I really think like you can make up the meaning. If you're like, my whole purpose of being on this earth is to birdwatch. I was here to gaze upon my avian friends or whatever. You could just be a bird watcher. I mean, we still have to have jobs in the society and stuff, so you might have to do some other things. But like, honestly, just make up a reason for why you're here. That's what I do. Make up a reason for why you're here. I always say life is like Minecraft, make your own fun. Life does feel pointless to me sometimes. I don't know. It like is. There really is no grand scheme to much of what's happening, but that is why you can do what you want. Somebody said look up absurdism. Absurdism? What is that? Okay, I'm looking up absurdism now, chat. Absurdism definition. Philosophy. The philosophical theory that the universe is irrational and meaningless. Okay, I think I believe that. It states that trying to find meaning leads people into conflict with seemingly meaningless void. Okay, yeah. Existence as a whole is absurd. I would agree. Does this have any sort of endpoint? I think I agree with the general idea of it, which is that like, what does any of this mean? I don't know what the second step is from there, but I guess I feel like I believe that, yeah, in some way. I don't feel like I need a reason. I just try and vibe as hard every day doing things that make me happy. Then you're doing it right, honestly. You're doing it right. Life is an open world game. Some people love not having quests and others need them. You need to be more chalant. Look up Dadaism. Okay, no, now y'all are getting like too big brain for me. My philosophy essentially is like going off of vibes. Vibism, I think, is my main philosophy. If you get a vibe, you're doing something and you're like, wait a second, this is weird energy. That's equally as valid as Dadaism or nihilism or stoicism. Like Marcus Aurelius was literally just going off of vibes. I think that's what philosophy is. Everyone here who has a philosophy major is about to like actually prey upon my downfall. They have a voodoo doll of me. They're going to stick a needle through my head for saying this. Philosophy is literally just vibes. And so I feel like you don't even need to like pick an existing vibe set. You can just go off of your own vibes and that could be your philosophy. That's me. So I'm definitely like vibism philosophy. Just do things that like fit the vibe. If you see something and you're like, oh, that's a vibe, that's a good avenue to follow. That being said though, you got to examine the vibes. You got to examine the vibes because there's a lot of vibes inside of us that are bad. If you live in a patriarchy, you have anti-woman vibes. I know I did. It wasn't because I put those there. It was just foisted upon me. And I was like, oh no, here I am with this internalized stuff. If you were affected by white supremacy, you got some like anti-black vibes. The vibes try to live within you, anti-everybody. So you can't always go off of vibes because sometimes what you think was a vibe was actually just leftover brainwashing from be that like society or this, that, the other. So I had to unpack a lot of my vibes so I could figure out what my vibe actually was. I was like, wait, this is nasty. And this feeling I have has nothing to do with anything real. And I just threw it away. I was like, let me just never use this. Someone said internalized vibes. I'm a sociologist, but would totally agree that philosophy is vibes. Exactly. It's just structured vibes. Philosophy is like a structured vibe. Honestly, give me an honorary doctorate. Can I get an honorary doctorate in serving? I think that would be great. That would be great. All right. Anyways, I think that's all I have. I think that's all I have, chat. So we're talking about brainwashing. No more brainwashing. I've done enough brainwashing today. What did we talk about? We got brainwashed into Bad Bunny supporters, brainwashed into talking about anime for 45 minutes. And now we have philosophy brainwashing. So this is a great therapy session. It is not a replacement for people who have degrees and are good therapists, but I do love talking about silly things for sure. All right, moving on. The vibes are over. I'm going to come back later in the week and we can talk about more dumb stuff. I don't think anything we said was dumb. That's the thing. Is like, just because I don't always have the words, I guess, to explain what I mean or what I feel, I'm just as entitled to it as anybody else is. But anyways, bye everybody. Good to see ya. All right. How do you stop streaming? I wish I could like end the streams earlier because I'm always like, bye.